If the goal of studying history is to learn from the past and avoid making the same mistakes, then it's hard to think of a better topic to learn about than the fall of the ancient Roman Republic. The downfall of a once durable democratic institution is still one of the great stories in all of ancient history, and it can still teach us lessons relevant to every element of modern life. This story sheds light on wealth inequality, political and economic corruption, population shifts, the impact of war, both overseas and at home, political violence, questions over citizenship, economic populism, zero-sum politics, violation of political and social norms, a loss of faith in democracy, and more. So it's a great story in its own right, and in many ways, it's more relevant than it's ever been. This episode is the complete series on the fall of the Roman Republic that I put out piece by piece back in 2019. So about twice a year or so, I usually put out a bonus episode from the Patreon feed to kind of promote the Patreon a little bit. But I figured instead of doing that, maybe revisiting this episode and topic would be more interesting and maybe more helpful in the current moment. So if you want to support the show, you can do that at patreon.com/reflectinghistory. There's a link in the show notes. This will get you access to bonus episodes, video essays, and more. You can also join the Patreon for free for updates, recommendations, and other perks. You can also help out in simpler ways just by continuing to listen, sharing with a friend, subscribing in different social media places. All of that is very much appreciated as well. And with all of that out of the way, here's the story of the fall of the Roman Republic. Thanks for listening. If you happen to be listening to this episode in a functional democracy, at least somewhat in theory based on Enlightenment values and the rule of law and the will of the people and elections and all of these things, and I've actually learned over time that many of you out there listening are not in that situation, which is interesting. But at any rate, for many of us who have grown up in that functional democratic republic style of government, we like to assume that everyone would choose democratic rule if given the opportunity. That's the system we grew up in. We were trained to think that way. We were educated in such a way as to value Enlightenment values and liberty and voting, because the alternative is tyranny, dictatorship. And we can think of countless examples throughout history where that has gone haywire and led to devastation on unprecedented levels. So it might come as a surprise to many of us that at some point during the 1st century BC, the greatest and longest lasting and most functional republic of all time, many of the citizens in that republic chose the rule of one man voluntarily, as opposed to the rule of a democratic republic. And to complicate matters further, Rome went on to prosper in many ways for hundreds, some historians would argue thousands of years after that decision. That reality might surprise us today, but probably back in the time of the ancient Romans, that might not have been so surprising. I mean, a couple hundred years before that time, you had probably the most famous and wide-read and maybe the most respected philosopher of all time, Plato, writing about a situation just like this. Plato was famously skeptical of democracies and republics and these types of things because he felt like ultimately the end game in that type of situation is mob rule and factionalism and the corruption of society as a whole. Plato, of course, advocated philosopher kings, having the rulers of a society be the most educated, the most just, the most prepared, and the most capable, doing the best for everybody involved. Here's what he says in the Republic at some point. I've seen different versions of this, but here's what I'm reading from. Quote, "Until philosophers are kings, or the kings and princes of this world have the spirit and power of philosophy, and political greatness and wisdom meet in one, and those commoner natures who pursue either to the exclusion of the other are compelled to stand aside, cities will never have rest from their evils, nor the human race, as I believe, and then only will this, our state, have a possibility of life and behold the light of day." End quote. Of course, these thoughts from Plato probably have something to do with the fact that that nominally democratic state in Athens put his friend and his mentor Socrates to death, but that's a story for another day. Modern-day historians and philosophers have tried to look back at Plato and try to unearth some of the reasons why he was thinking this way, and in similar ways, modern-day historians look to the old Roman Republic and they try to determine where it went wrong. Obviously, our modern-day democratic institutions and republics are modeled on past republics, of course, Rome being probably the prime example. And if history repeats itself, then it would be beneficial to know why the system failed and why some of those values that we value very much today, like freedom and political liberty and Enlightenment values, why those seem to go down the drain and, in fact, really not even be valued at all in the calculation of what these people were thinking at the time. I think the reality, as we're going to see, is that many of these ancient Roman citizens who were coming off civil war after civil war with family and friends dead around them, property confiscated, chaos in the streets, they probably could have cared less about Enlightenment values and probably were willing to trade liberty for security. So it makes sense in the modern day, as a growing number of people seem to be really globally concerned about some of the roads that we're going down and the trends that seem to be getting put in place, and whether or not we're prepared as a planet to handle those. It makes sense that you would look back to the Roman Republic to try to figure out where it all went wrong and see if you can apply any of those lessons to what's going on in the modern day. All that being said, perhaps no historical event sheds as much light, in my opinion, on the modern day as the downfall of the Roman Republic. In the year 280 BC, there was a Greek king by the name of Pyrrhus of Epirus, and he had done some conquering. He was a guy who styled himself as the next Alexander the Great, as many of these old Greek kings did. And eventually, after kind of having his way with the Eastern Mediterranean, he set his sights on the Western Mediterranean. And the Greeks, probably throughout most of their history, viewed the Romans as barbarians from the West. This Pyrrhus guy commanded a great army, well-trained infantry, cavalry, supposedly elephants as well. Most people thought that once he ran into the Romans, he was just going to roll through them and easily defeat these barbarous Romans. But after fighting a few battles, he learned some lessons about the Roman Republic. Supposedly, after winning a couple of battles, but he lost a bunch of men, and he didn't seem to be gaining any military objectives or anything like that, he commented that, quote, "The discipline of the barbarians is not barbarous," end quote. This was just a couple of military engagements, of course, but Pyrrhus of Epirus was beginning to get a taste of the resilience, the discipline, and the effectiveness of the Roman Republic. The armies of the Republic always seemed able to replenish themselves no matter how many men they lost, because citizenship and service in the military was tied together and it was seen as a great honor. Pyrrhus eventually said, quote, "If we win another battle, we will be destroyed," end quote, commenting that it seems like no matter how many battles he wins, he can't actually defeat the Romans. So if battles weren't working, he was going to try a little political treachery, a little bit of diplomacy to see if he could probe for any weaknesses in the Roman Republic. Supposedly, he offered peace terms to the Senate of Rome, and they debated about it a little bit and kind of deliberated until one senator got up and delivered a legendary speech where he said in part, quote, "I have previously borne the unfortunate state of my eyes, but now I wish that my ears had been afflicted so that I could avoid hearing about your shameful deliberations," end quote. So he kind of taunts all these senators for thinking about giving up and accepting peace terms or submitting, and he claims that this would diminish the glory of Rome, and it seems like he's playing on everyone's pride and their ambition, which was, of course, a big part of the Roman experience, which we'll talk about later. Just for reasons of those stern Roman values and this sort of grittiness that the Romans had, the Senate was not going to accept any sort of submission terms from anybody. But there was also another reason why the Senate of Rome might not be willing to give up power to an outsider. At the time and throughout its history, Rome controlled not just the main city of Rome, which is often what we think about when we say Rome, but they controlled many of the city-states on the Italian peninsula. And a lot of times these city-states were allied with Rome, and the balance of power was kind of tenuous. So maintaining that dominant status as the dominant city-state in Italy was important strategically and militarily. So this Pyrrhus guy has no luck with military battles. He has no luck with diplomacy and trying to engage the Senate to submit to him. So finally he tries treachery. He attempts to bribe some of the senators and the foreign ambassadors and offers them pretty incredible terms, but it doesn't work. The high-level Romans and even the mid-level and low-level politicians valued their reputation too much. They valued their honor. Because in the ancient Roman Republic, the best way to get a reputation and to get prestige and to earn honor for yourself and your family was to serve the Republic effectively. And on the other side of the coin, the best way to serve the public effectively was to do what's best for the people of Rome and to serve honorably and so on and so forth. Here's Roman historian Tom Holland talking about this phenomenon. Quote, "The more posts there were, the greater the range of responsibilities. The greater the range of responsibilities, the broader the opportunities for achievement and approbation. Praise was what every citizen most desired, just as public shame was his ultimate dread. No laws, but the consciousness of always being watched was what prevented a Roman's sense of competition from degenerating into selfish ambition. Grueling and implacable though the contest to excel invariably was, there could be no place in it for ill-disciplined vainglory. To place personal honor above the interests of the entire community was the behavior of a barbarian, or worse yet, a king." End quote. What Tom Holland is saying there is that by being loyal to the state and by acting honorably and by doing what's in the best interest of Rome, those were the things that were going to advance your political career. Those were the things that were going to give you wealth and riches and that reputation that was so valued by Romans. Service to the state was that important during the early Roman Republic. And I think that's something that we can contrast later in the story, where all of a sudden there's actually more incentives to go outside of the system and gain wealth and glory for yourself, as opposed to doing it the old-fashioned way and the Republic controlling the services and the honors and being the institution that provides that value and that honor for the Roman politicians and citizens. This story of Pyrrhus of Epirus and his inability to conquer Rome is a example of kind of the strength of Rome and the strength of the Republic, and when it was firing on all cylinders, whether it be militarily or diplomatically or with unity amongst its citizens and its politicians and the values all being in line, this was a formidable opponent for anybody. Here's historian Edward J. Watts in his book Mortal Republic talking about the Roman Republic and this situation. Quote, "It had a unique ability to build political consensus among leading Romans and Roman allies, as well as a great capacity to mobilize armies of citizen soldiers to fight to defend it. It also possessed a powerful system of incentives that rewarded loyalty with honors that the Republic alone could generate. This was a state quite unlike anything that Pyrrhus had ever encountered, and quite unlike anything the world had ever seen. Its citizen armies looked inexhaustible, its aristocracy appeared indivisible, and its leaders seemed unbribable." End quote. This was an example of the great Roman Republic that was firing on all cylinders and was kind of the bedrock of what future democracies, future republics, future political organizations would look back on and say, how did they do this? Historian Thomas Mitchell talks about sort of the legacy of the Roman Republic when he says, quote, "The Roman Republic represents the first example in our history of constitutional government operated on a grand scale and extended over centuries. It had to contend with social and political issues and dilemmas unprecedented in kind and in magnitude. It produced new modes of law and government that have permanently affected the character of Western democracies. Its legacy is one of the most enduring influences of antiquity." End quote. I think it's important to take a look at why the Roman Republic would have such a legacy and look at some of the features of the Republic that made it different from some of the other ways that other societies governed that weren't as successful. Historian Edward J. Watts points out a couple of these features. So one of the things he says is that kind of what we talked about, this ability of the Republic to channel the ambitions of noble families and politicians who were kind of high up on the social food chain. They wanted to serve the Republic. It was seen as a dishonor if you put your private interests above the interests of the Republic. And typically it was military service and military accolades that you could display in all variety of social contexts. So in order to gain those accolades, gain that honor, gain that prestige, a lot of times it was military service that got you that. And kind of going along with that, connected to that, is this idea that surrendering to an enemy or not getting the job done in whatever sense that was going to be bad for you. Not only would it bring dishonor to your reputation, but it was bad for the Republic as a whole. In that strategic web of city-state alliances, it was important for Rome to maintain the dominant status, and that was something that was prioritized. Another feature of the Republic that Watts points out is this idea that the Republic controlled the honors and the incentives. So we mentioned this before, but it's worth expanding upon. Here's what Edward J. Watts says about this idea that the republic is the thing that's controlling the incentive structure in the society. Quote, wealth mattered in Rome, as it has in most societies before and since, but it was not the most important factor in determining a person's worth in Republican Rome. Romans of the 3rd century instead judged each man's merits by the offices he held, the honors he earned, and whether his achievements equaled those of his ancestors. A single dishonorable action could destroy all of the social capital that the family had spent generations building. This particular form of Roman currency was not like gold or silver. It could only be earned through services to Rome. End quote. So it might just kind of seem like the bizarro world to us, where wealth accumulation was not the most important thing in the world, but that seemed to be the way it was, at least in the early Roman Republic. Another thing that Watts points out is the fact that the Republic was excellent at compromise. Famously in Rome, there's always been this idea of class struggle, and it goes all the way back to, Romulus and Remus and the founders of the Republic, and the richer, more aristocratic folks, the senators, these are known as the patricians, and then kind of your farmers, your poor people, your, average Joes are the plebeians. Of course, you also have slaves and women and all of these other groups as well, and it's a lot more complicated than that. But famously, there's this idea of the conflict of the orders. So it's this conflict that erupts between the patricians and the plebeians. And this was something that boiled and festered in the Roman Republic for a long time, ever since, the old days when Rome was ruled by a king. So early on, Rome was ruled by a king. Here's what historian Tom Holland says about that. Quote, the monarchy itself was overthrown, and in its place a free republic proclaimed. From then on, the title of king would be regarded by the Roman people with an almost pathological hatred, to be shrunk from and shuddered at whenever mentioned. Liberty had been the watchword of the coup against Tarquin, and liberty, the liberty of a city that had no master, was now consecrated as the birthright and measure of every citizen. To preserve it from the ambitions of future would-be tyrants, the founders of the Republic settled upon a remarkable formula. End quote. So this formula has a lot to do with settling that conflict of the orders between patricians and plebeians, allowing for a system that isn't going to have a king be in charge, and creating that system of compromise and incentive structure that's going to make it a successful operation for everybody in the society. And at least from the historians I read, that's one of the focuses of the success of the Roman Republic, is that it wasn't about the law necessarily, or it wasn't about what was fair necessarily. It was about what worked. So there was no written constitution. It was based on norms, conventions, procedures, traditions, and it evolved slowly over time. Compromise after compromise after compromise. So here's how the big picture worked, at least kind of the big picture structural Republican government system. There was 2 consuls basically acting as the chief executives. So these 2 consuls could veto each other. They commanded the armies. They presided over certain assemblies. They picked some of the senators, and they picked some of the politicians and magistrates and things like that. And they called for elections from year to year. The fact that there was 2 consuls indicates what we talked about, what Tom Holland was talking about earlier, that Romans were very fearful of one man gaining power, maintaining power. Now, emergency dictators could be declared, and they were declared every now and then, usually in times of war, but it was expected that you step down, and for the most part, they all did when their service to the Republic was up. The fact that there was 2 consuls also led to consensus building. So one could kind of block the other, or at least make it difficult for the other. So you kind of had to work together in order to get stuff done. Consuls were elected by the people, in the citizen assemblies. These guys in the history books get a lot of credit for making decisions and kind of running the government, but there was also what was known as praetors, who were judges kind of performing judicial duties. There was magistrates who performed logistics, finances, financial maneuverings, lesser duties. These guys were elected too, and they had a big role in running the government as well. The next area of government was known as the citizen assemblies. So these assemblies would elect people, elect consuls, pass legislation, vote on wars from time to time. And there were different types of assemblies. I'm not going to bore you with all the details, but it was often based on property qualifications, military equipment, wealth, and traditionally the plebeians were kind of the main members of the assembly, and it was often the wealthier plebeians who had bigger roles and better access to citizenship and the assemblies themselves. I think it's also important to note that these assemblies met in Rome. So citizens from tribal areas or other city-states or other areas in Rome had to travel to Rome, which was generally where the assemblies were, in order to vote. One of the most important duties of the assemblies was to elect a tribune of the plebs. So the tribune of the plebs was a plebeian who basically functioned as kind of a check on the power of the patricians and the power of the consuls and the power of the Senate, which we'll get to in a second. But the idea was, it was kind of the solution that was the thing that solved that conflict of the orders between the patricians and the plebeians. Here's how historian Tom Holland describes the tribune of the plebs. Quote, "Populares, the Romans called such men, politicians who relied on the common touch." End quote. That's a pretty good summary, in my opinion. And on a simple level, that's what the tribunes were. They were just the representatives of the lower classes of Rome. Here's historian Edward J. Watts describing the powers that the tribune had. Quote, "Powers expanded to include a broad veto that could be exercised against other tribunes, any magistrate other than a dictator, and even the decrees of the Roman Senate. In addition to these powers to obstruct political actions, tribunes had the power to propose laws before the concilium plebis that bound all Romans, call assemblies, and schedule debates on policy issues. It is then not at all surprising that a number of noble plebeians used the tribunate as a launching pad to build popular support for eventual bids for higher offices." End quote. The person of the tribune was said to be sacrosanct. You weren't allowed to touch or harm a tribune. That was all connected with the religion, and that would be something that would be horrible and heinous to do. So the tribunes would live in the city when they were elected, and they would, supposedly talk in the accents of the average people and walk around and get the sense of what was going on with the lower classes in Rome. So we've talked about sort of an executive branch where we have two consuls, we have some of these judges, we have magistrates who enforce and work on logistics. We have kind of assemblies that represent the lower classes, and this tribune of the plebs, which is this sort of special position, almost like the president of the lower classes. We have these assemblies, and that brings us to the Senate. So this was the main legislative body of ancient Rome. It was known as, quote unquote, the best men of every order. The senators were not elected. They were often appointed by consuls. So typically these senators came from upper class families, aristocratic families, members of the wealthier part of society, perhaps people who've had great military honors bestowed upon them. And the Senate was largely in charge of foreign policy and money. Okay, so they dealt with the money expenditures. So those were their formal powers. But they also had plenty of informal powers as well. They could turn the dial on any number of issues if they wanted to, from military to financial issues to taxes to religious issues. But they often didn't. They often stuck with their formal powers, which were foreign policy and money. It's important to note here that, by and large, this was a balanced system. So every group that I just described there, whether it be the consuls or the tribune or the assemblies or the Senate, had specific powers that were delegated to them. Again, there was no written constitution, but that's the way that they operated for hundreds of years. They didn't try to expand their powers to include other duties, and they didn't do some of the things that maybe they could have, but it would be seen as kind of bad form to do it. So I know it's kind of confusing, but for example, that office of emergency dictator. Yeah, it is there to be used, but very rarely used. Or perhaps the tribune of the plebs. They have that option to use the veto, which can pretty much obstruct government and shut everything down if they wanted to, but oftentimes they didn't want to use it because there was so much precedent built up where that's just not what you do. You figure out a way to compromise and move around it. Or maybe it's the Senate, where their formal powers were foreign policy and dealing with the money, but if they wanted to, they could probably expand the scope of their powers and do other things to try and influence what was going on. But they didn't do that for hundreds of years, for the most part. So the system was balanced. All of the actors had incentives to stay within the rules and the norms of the quote-unquote rule book. Here's historian Edward J. Watts talking about this sort of spirit of compromise and the way the system was balanced and how nobody stepped out of line and everybody kind of followed the norms for the most part. Quote, "The power of popular and senatorial expectations created a culture of compromise and cooperation among office holders that prevailed in Rome for much of the 3rd century. Consuls and tribunes seem to have taken office with a set of goals they wished to accomplish, but they also understood that they were unlikely to accomplish all, or even most, of what they hoped. The trick to a successful tenure in office was to quickly understand what one's colleagues wanted, what the assemblies were willing to approve, and what the Senate would consent to authorize. An office holder then had to figure out how to balance all of these different agendas with his own to create a set of policies and actions that came closest to satisfying all parties. Ideally, no one got everything they wanted, but everyone got something. As a later author marveled, there was no political conflict, but only, quote, only differences of opinion and contests that were resolved by legislation, and these laws were established with mutual respect and concessions to one another." End quote. Okay, to me, that seems a bit idealized, almost like something you would read, in your middle school government textbook. But in his defense, it did work for hundreds of years. And the Roman Republic had success in a number of ways across the spectrum, and for the most part, there was no violent upheaval in the system. I think violence is an interesting note to end on here because it was always part of the Roman system, whether it was military service to the Republic or in the ancient days violently overthrowing the kings or political violence or some of these wars that we're about to get into here. Violence is going to play a big role in this story. From about the mid-200s BC, the Roman Republic is going to head down a path of war and violence that's ultimately going to change everything. And as we're going to see in the next episode, it was war and violence that put the Republic as a whole on the path to destruction. Historians have theorized over the years that to truly test the strength of a person's character or an institution's character, you need to look at times of crisis. The idea is that anybody can be successful when the road in front of you is easy, but when the odds are stacked against you and you're going through your most difficult times, that's when you really get an understanding of the strength of someone's character. And while phrases like this are easy to slap on bumper stickers and motivate people to feel good about themselves, historians have applied this type of logic to analyzing ancient governments. And when it comes to a political system, the toughest test and the biggest strain and the times when the odds are stacked most against you is very often times of war. The ancient historian Polybius wrote that, quote, "The true test of a perfect man is his ability to bear violent changes of fortune with high-mindedness and dignity. It is essential to examine the Republic in the same way." End quote. So Polybius is subscribing to this theory that high stakes and difficulties are going to stress your character, and that's going to show what you really are. And he applied very similar logic to the Roman Republic. The wars that Polybius is referring to are known as the Punic Wars. Historians generally classify the Punic Wars into three periods: a first Punic War around the 260s BC, a second Punic War in the early 200s BCE, and a third Punic War in the mid-100s BC. The idea for Polybius was that Rome began this series of wars as a smaller regional power. Their republic, their system, their character was tested in incredible ways, and by the time these wars were over, Rome was the dominant power in the Mediterranean. And while there's no doubt that this is accurate, it's really the events of the Punic Wars and the results of the Punic Wars that ultimately begin the process of decay in the Roman Republic. The First Punic War is a great example of this trials and tribulations theory that leads to true character being revealed. So the First Punic War began in the 260s BC with Rome finding itself squarely against a powerful city-state of Carthage. Rome, of course, was located centrally in the Mediterranean, and Carthage was as well. So here's what historian Edward J. Watts says about Carthage, quote, "Founded by Phoenicians as a trading colony, Carthage commanded one of the Mediterranean's most advantageous commercial and strategic positions, and soon grew into a prosperous and powerful city. By the 3rd century BC, Carthage possessed the region's most formidable navy, powerful mercenary armies, and an empire that extended from Spain to Sicily." End quote. What began as a small-scale local conflict erupted into a huge collision between two of the Mediterranean's greatest powers, competing over territory, economic control, and dominance over the Mediterranean. When the war began, Rome found itself at a disadvantage in many ways. Much of the fighting occurred in Sicily or on the high seas, which was, of course, away from home for the Romans, and they had no navy to speak of. Carthage, on the other hand, having a strong and powerful navy, wanted to fight this war as much as they could on the high seas. So if the Romans were going to win this war, they were going to have to innovate. They were going to have to create essentially an entire navy. They were going to have to learn how to command and sail and use these vessels to destroy Carthaginian vessels, and they were going to have to do it quickly or else they were going to be destroyed. So showing that Roman character and ingenuity that Polybius mentioned earlier in the episode, the Romans do just that. They innovate. They build ships based almost entirely on the Carthaginian model. They build an entire navy of them. These ships have rams on them. They have boarding mechanisms for fighting, where you can attach your boarding mechanism to another ship and send soldiers over to fight on the decks. Historian Edward J. Watts says, quote, "Naval warfare in the 260s involved hundreds of rowers, often manning 5 banks of oars, working in concert to maneuver a ship until it could smash a metal ram on its prow into the hull of an enemy vessel." End quote. That sounds great in theory, and as I've talked about several times before on this podcast, as the great Andrew Stevener once said, naval warfare is a total crapshoot. So you can read these history textbooks from time to time, and they're describing how these boats are maneuvering around one another, and it's all part of a strategy, and there's an orderly flow to things, and that's all nonsense. Naval warfare in ancient history is a total crapshoot. You have to imagine hundreds of men trying to work together, inexperienced. Everything has to be perfectly in sync, or else you're not going to be going the direction you want. There's debris in the water. Ships are on fire. You're trying to avoid enemy vessels while trying to ram them on your own terms. None of this even takes into account weather conditions, winds, which can throw boats completely over, the conditions on the water. Ancient naval warfare was basically hungry hippos. But the chaotic nature of naval warfare and the chaotic nature of this First Punic War shows how resilient Rome was. So they were able to survive huge losses. They would lose entire fleets to battles or storms or men falling overboard. They had to create entire new fleets when they would lose a fleet of ships. Oftentimes there was no money left in the treasury, and quote-unquote leading men who felt like they had a service and a duty to the Republic would offer to pay for entire new fleets, entire new ships, and the soldiers to go ahead and sail them. After about 20 plus years of fighting, in 241 BC, Carthage finally folds. And it's a true testament to the resilience of the Republic and the men who served it that they were able to defeat the Carthaginians. Historian Edward J. Watts argues that a big part of this victory for Rome was the ability of the institutions of the Republic to provide the incentives. As we talked about in the previous episode, military service was something that could gain you glory and wealth and fame, and in particular service to the Republic through your military campaigns. With this currency of prestige in circulation, ambitious Romans were rewarded by serving the state and keeping it alive. But that didn't mean that the cracks weren't already starting to form. About 20 years later, a new Carthaginian threat emerged by the name of Hannibal. Hannibal was a military genius in all probability, but he was also an expert at psychology, and he understood the way the Roman Republic worked, and he understood the way it incentivized not only its citizens to support the Republic and its leaders, but also the city-states that were allied with it. So here's what historian Edward J. Watts says about Hannibal. Quote, Hannibal understood that Rome would again outlast Carthage in war unless he was able to demoralize Romans and peel away Roman allies to such a degree that Italian unity shattered. Hannibal also understood that the only way to accomplish this was to take his army away from Spain, march it into the heart of Italy, and defeat Romans on their home turf. End quote. So Hannibal famously marches his army, elephants and all, around Spain, into Rome, through the Alps, and he just begins crushing Roman armies. It seems that the Romans didn't realize the true threat that they were in. They blamed a couple of the consuls who were blowing these early battles, and they voted a guy in by the name of Flaminius. Now, Flaminius had been a tribune and a consul before, and he had initiated a couple of, many would call them populist or self-serving agendas. On the docket for him was land distribution. So he wanted to distribute some of this land in northern Italy to some Roman citizens. Now, this is kind of a theme that we're going to be getting a lot more into here, but many people in the Senate and even some people lower in the Roman system were curious about Flaminius. Was this guy doing this because he actually wanted to help these people? Or was he doing this, giving away this land as a way to get extra voters, get himself in good with the lower classes, and then propel his political career? So did he actually care about these people, or was he just cynically trying to use the system to get power. At any rate, Flaminius seems to sense an opportunity here. If he can be the one to crush Hannibal, that's going to give him an opportunity to get more wealth, more glory, more of that Roman virtue going for him. So Flaminius rushes out to go meet Hannibal, hoping to win glory quickly, and he ends up getting slammed and killed at a place called Lake Trasimene. 15,000 Romans are dead. There's even more casualties. Flaminius is dead, and Rome goes into a panic. They elect a dictator by the name of Fabius Maximus, and he incorporates a strategy of, look, we can't beat this guy in open battle, let's just delay. So he didn't feel the need to prevail quickly and score political points. His goal was to rebuild Roman morale, rebuild the army, and then when he gets the opportunity, perhaps he'll have the chance to take down Hannibal. The public apparently doesn't like this delaying strategy. They elect a new guy. He goes in there, and he goes more with a direct conflict approach. This leads to the Battle of Cannae, which is just a total mass slaughter. Tens of thousands of Romans would die, including a consul, and Rome was truly in danger of falling at this point. The city was in total panic. That Fabius Maximus guy has to get elected again, appointed again as a dictator. The city is in panic. People are sacrificing each other to the gods. It's total craziness. So it seems like here it's worth pausing and noting that probably this was the Roman Republic at its most strained moment in history. It's difficult to imagine in the modern day, but you have to imagine an army roaming around your country, thrashing its way through your homeland and doing what it wanted. All the while this was happening, Hannibal was taking some of those Roman city-states and putting them in his back pocket. So as we talked about before, much of Rome's power on the Italian peninsula rested on the fact that it was the dominant city-state, and it controlled the other city-states, and that was a big backbone of its foreign policy. So Hannibal thought, if we can take away those foreign city-states and put them under my control, perhaps Rome will fall apart. So with Fabius back in as dictator, he reincorporates that delaying strategy, but they're losing city after city to Hannibal, and the balance of power is shifting, and the web of alliances that Rome was usually the master of is beginning to fall apart. Again, you have to imagine an army roaming around the United States, and one day you hear that New York City has fallen to the enemy, and then Boston voluntarily goes over to the enemy. And now you're hearing that Chicago is toying with the idea of going over to the enemy. And that's what it was like for the people in Rome every time one of these city-states fell or one of these city-states switched over to Hannibal's side. At this point, the Roman Republic had no choice but to essentially morph into total war. It's estimated by historians that 70% of Roman citizens between the age of 17 and 30 went to war at this time. There were armies and navies all over the place. And the Republic had to become adaptable. So traditionally, only consuls or praetors could command armies. But now that they had over 20 legions across the Mediterranean, they had no choice but to adapt. Whether it be different types of Romans commanding armies, whether it be wealthy Romans extending credit to the state in order to pay for the war, whether it be the Senate adapting economically time and time again, the Republic did what it had to survive. Historian Edward J. Watts talks about this from an economic perspective. Quote, "When money was short after the defection of many Roman allies after Cannae, the Senate relied on credit extended by its own members and other wealthy Romans to pay for the war. It also devalued Roman coinage in an effort to stretch what resources it did have. Then, after Rome began receiving influxes of precious metal from the capture of Syracuse in 212, the Senate pivoted again and remade the Roman monetary system so it was based around a silver coin called the denarius. This addressed the inflation problem devaluation had caused. When this influx of precious metal proved inadequate to meet the expenses of the war, the Senate agreed to the sale of land confiscated following the reconquest of disloyal Italian allies." End quote. So while that may not be sound fiscal policy according to your economics textbooks, it's demonstrating that the Roman Senate is going to do whatever it takes to win this war. And, oh, by the way, if they have to punish those old Italian allies who defected over to Hannibal, they have no qualms about doing that. Another challenge for the Roman Republic during the Punic Wars, aside from Hannibal, aside from the economic issues we talked about, aside from the Italian allies peeling away from the Roman alliance, a challenge formed in the person of Scipio. Scipio was a Roman commander who I believe was actually at the Battle of Cannae, managed to escape with his life, fought and won a bunch of battles against Carthage and Spain, but he got denied a triumph. He was one of these guys where the Senate was kind of worried, what's he really after here? But the people loved him. He's elected consul in 205, and he wants to take the fight right to Carthage. He wants to take the fight to Africa. He wants to forget this Fabian strategy of delaying. And again, many people in the Senate and in the political realm of Rome were worried that this was a ploy for individual rewards. So one of the themes that's starting to develop here in this downfall of the Republic is that there's always a delicate balance when the Republic provides all of the incentives. So if you're a person like Scipio, you can go out and you can gain all of the wealth and the fame and the glory in service of the Republic, but a cynical person might wonder, what are you going to do with all that wealth and power and fame once you achieve it? Are you going to use it for self-serving ambition, or are you going to use it just in the service of the Republic? At any rate, Scipio gets his wishes, he gets his army, and he goes and he ends up defeating Hannibal in Africa at the Battle of Zama in 202 BC. Scipio would negotiate a peace treaty where Carthage would have to give up a ton of territory, some economic concessions. Its military essentially would be non-existent. It would have to pay reparations to Rome for over 50 years. Decades later, there would actually be a third Punic War where that's essentially just a fancy term for saying Rome just burned Carthage to the ground, completely destroying it. But most historians say it's the Second Punic War that really changed the way the Republic worked, and it changed the way the Republic operated. I know I kind of just breezed through the Punic Wars very quickly there, but my intention wasn't really to get into the military aspect of it. It was more to talk about some of the events that I think are important to understand why the Punic Wars had such an impact on the Roman Republic and the victory in the Punic Wars, and how that changed the way the Republic worked, which ultimately was helping to lead to disaster. So historian Edward J. Watts says, quote, "When the war with Hannibal started, the Republic controlled territory only in Italy and its surrounding islands. It fielded perhaps 4 legions in any given year, its economy was underdeveloped, and agriculture depended heavily on small-scale cultivation, and the Republic had only minimal involvement with political affairs in Spain, Greece, or Africa. The Second Punic War changed all of this. It required Roman soldiers to fight in theaters across the Mediterranean, and the conduct of such an expansive war compelled Rome to fundamentally alter both its relationship to other polities and the operations of its own government. Once the fighting ended, however, Rome could neither demobilize nor dismantle the political and economic systems it had created to win it. Rome could not pull back from the areas its forces had entered, and it needed to maintain the economic, military, and political structures that allowed it to exert influence over them." End quote. What he's saying there is that before the Second Punic War, Rome largely controlled Italy. After the Second Punic War, Rome fought in Africa. Rome fought in Spain. Rome fought in Sicily, Gaul. Now they had huge amounts of territories that they were relying on as far as foreign alliances and economic systems. As such, of course, the size of the military is now going to increase. By the nature of being involved in all these places, Rome is much more attuned and involved in foreign affairs, particularly Greek affairs. The economy has to change due to the influx of all the plunder from these captured cities. It seems that many historians agree that Rome had to adapt to win the war. And as far as winning goes, many historians commend Rome and the Roman values and the Roman adaptability and the way that Rome's political system was adaptable, and it provided incentives for people to donate to the Republic and provide service to the Republic. And all of that is great, but many historians also think that they ultimately were doomed, and the Republic doomed itself because Rome could never go back to the way things were. Rome was now in the position of governing Spain, Greece, Africa, essentially the entire Mediterranean, controlling, campaigning, maintaining. And all of this is going to change the values, the incentives, and the social currencies that the Republic used to control. It's going to become much more difficult to control these things now that this new round of expansion is taking place. Here's what Edward J. Watts says, where the ideals of honorable service and Roman ambition are changing, quote, in a world where wars did not always end, administrative appointments dragged on for many years, and conquest brought wealth as well as glory. As the 2nd century dawned, leading Romans gradually grew to realize that elite ambition and competition were growing ever more heated at precisely the moment when the Republic was beginning to lose its monopoly on the social currency that mattered to those elites. End quote. Many historians now argue that although the entire system was still governed by a republic, the end of the Second Punic War basically indicates that Rome was now essentially an empire. They had territories all over the Mediterranean. They were exerting control all over the place. They seemed to be in endless war after war. And Rome had to spend the next couple of decades trying to figure out how to govern these new territories. Initial instinct told the Romans that they should try to do things as indirectly as possible. So the Senate didn't want to be too direct at first. They wanted to start with more of an indirect system of control. But the problem with imperialism and the problem with exerting control over vast amounts of territory is that these foreign situations and these foreign wars have a way of sucking you in, and there's a way of sort of these unintended consequences really wreaking havoc. Sort of a foreign policy mission creep, if you will. An example of this indirect policy of imperial control happened in Greece. So Rome found itself in control, essentially, of most of Greece, and instead of governing it directly, they placed a couple of different regional powers in control. They made sure that all of these local powers were loyal to Rome and not to each other. So it was sort of like a NATO situation. Rome said, look, if anybody messes with these guys, then you're messing with us. And if you're messing with us, then you're going to have problems. And unfortunately for them, that's exactly what ends up happening. They're squabbling amongst these kind of client kingdoms and civil wars, and these types of violent disturbances are seen back in Rome as a threat to the peace and ultimately a threat to Rome. So now with this foreign policy of indirect control and the combination of that overexpansion and Rome finding itself in control of territories, they see themselves as having to solve problems that they were ultimately responsible for causing. Another example of this slow mission creep, where the Romans were slowly getting dragged into the affairs of other territories, was actually a situation that involved Hannibal, their old nemesis from the Second Punic War. There was a kingdom in what the Romans probably would have called Asia, but probably just the Eastern Mediterranean, and this guy who's in charge of this kingdom puts Hannibal in charge of an army, and he sends it to Greece, perhaps calculating that Rome might not be as strong and powerful as it was before, and You now have Hannibal, public enemy number one in Rome, wreaking havoc in Greece, killing Romans, roaming around with an army. Obviously, the Senate, the consuls, the people of Rome are incredibly fearful of Hannibal after what happened during the Second Punic War, and obviously Rome isn't going to allow that. So now all of a sudden they're in a situation where they have to go solve this problem, and they go in deeper and deeper with these types of wars and these types of situations, and you can see how slowly over time it's like quicksand, where it's just slowly dragging you into more wars, more conquests, more imperial control. So after these early growing pains, the Senate perhaps realizes that maybe direct control is the answer. So instead of allowing these client kingdoms to kind of pay tribute to us, why don't we just turn this thing full-blown into an empire? We'll establish basically territories that are ours. We'll put a governor in charge. It'll be direct control. It seems like a logical solution. So an example of this happened in Spain, where you had that type of situation, a more direct approach, but unfortunately for the people of Spain, this led to brutal suppression of any sort of dissent or rebellion, and it turns out there was plenty of rebellions with guerrilla tactics and all sorts of nasty warfare tactics to go around from those indigenous Spanish people. And of course, this leads to prolonged wars and a situation where Rome would be in Spain for years. Many historians see that Third Punic War that we mentioned earlier as sort of the final changing of the guard moment, where Rome cemented itself as an empire, and it really dove into this idea of constant warfare and the idea that foreign policy problems can be solved by conquest. Of course, many people would say that moment happened long before, but if you weren't convinced by now, then the Third Punic War really set the tone for Rome's status as an empire. The Third Punic War is seen by pretty much everybody today as deeply unethical, and it was actually seen by many at the time as deeply unethical, including Polybius, the historian we mentioned earlier. Ultimately, it was the result of attitudes in Rome, and particularly attitudes in the Roman Senate towards Carthage, changing over time. So, for example, there was a senator by the name of Cato who ended every speech, supposedly, with the quote, "Carthage must be destroyed." There seemed to be a sense among people like Cato that if Carthage was out there in any capacity whatsoever, then it could be a threat to Rome. And if we're already out there in Greece and in Spain and in these other places defending Rome, then why not deal with Carthage once and for all? So ultimately, on a dubious charge, Rome goes to war. They burn the city to the ground. They enslave its inhabitants. This happens in 146 BC, by the way. And it seemed to be that final nail in the coffin as far as Rome is now officially an empire that isn't just in control of essentially the entire Mediterranean, but it's in a constant state of warfare. Here's what historian Edward J. Watts says, quote, "The nearly endless warfare of the period had profound demographic and economic consequences that combined to shatter the politics of cooperation and consensus that had long governed Roman political life." End quote. For example, a look at population numbers during this period of Roman expansion is enlightening. So, during the Second Punic War, it's not a surprise at all to see that the number of male citizens declined from 270,000 to 137,000, according to the Roman census. But over the next 100 years or so, as Rome was making this incredible push towards being the dominant power in the Mediterranean, there was a booming population, and the population was replenished many times over. This had to do with a number of factors. So the Roman population had lots of economic opportunities, and particularly agricultural opportunities. Roman citizens and allies could settle in these new territories that were being conquered. They could also go to new colonies that were being established, and they could rent farmland or start out on their own. The Roman government could also give out all of that confiscated land in Italy that came from the city-states that allied with Hannibal during the Second Punic War. So if you remember, Hannibal's strategy was to get some of these Roman allies and turn those city-states against Rome. So obviously once Rome defeated Hannibal and won the war, they punished those city-states pretty heavily and essentially just gave out all their land to Roman citizens. As the population was getting bigger and bigger and families were getting bigger, farms began to be divided up into smaller and smaller pieces by families. It was common to give your farm away to your son as an inheritance, and when you have multiple sons, you give away the farm in smaller and smaller portions. This meant that over time, there was less overall wealth for the farming class, and some farms became small enough to no longer qualify for military service. So remember, owning property and being a citizen were the requirements for being in the Roman military, and many no longer had that option. As overpopulation continued and the population continued to grow, people had less and less options in the countryside, and the natural move is to move into the city, specifically Rome. During this period of expansion, Rome grew from a city of about 200,000 to a city of 500,000 by the 130s BC. In addition to poor farmers moving into Rome, you also had immigrants who were basically Italians who weren't citizens moving into the city looking for opportunities. And in the meantime, the rich were getting richer. And this was happening in a variety of different ways. The first and probably most well-known of this new mode of wealth accumulation was the huge amount of plunder that was coming back from this constant warfare. So as the Roman legions were going out and conquering territories and cities and empires, they were taking back to Rome, to the Roman treasury, all that silver, all that gold, all the precious metals, all of the valuable materials, and by and large, it's the political elites who were reaping the benefits and the wealth from this situation. Historian Edward J. Watts says that, quote, "There can be no doubt that the wars in Greece and those against Carthage transferred massive amounts of booty back to Rome. Scipio Africanus, for example, brought 123,000 pounds of silver to the treasury following his victory over Hannibal at Zama, and Lucius Cornelius Lentulus brought 43,000 pounds of silver and 2,450 pounds of gold taken from Spain in 200 BC. The sums taken in the Macedonian and Syrian wars seem to have dwarfed even these hauls. In addition to precious metals, these wars brought substantial numbers of slaves, including a reported 150,000 captured by Aemilius Paulus in 167 BC, worth the equivalent of 141,000 pounds of silver." End quote. Most of that plunder is staying in the hands of the upper class. Hundreds of thousands of slaves are being imported into Rome. Wealthy landowners are able to use those slaves as cheap labor, and this is making it difficult, if not impossible, for these small landowners and the small landowning farmers to compete. So you began to see these wealthy landowners who owned slaves kind of swallowing up these smaller farms that weren't able to keep up, either by waiting them out or buying them out. Keep in mind that oftentimes small landowners were off fighting in wars while the situation on their farms was deteriorating, and it made it easy for these slave-owning plantation-style farmers to make the moves necessary to acquire new land and acquire land that used to belong to poorer Roman citizens. In addition to plunder and slaves that were coming in huge numbers to the Italian peninsula, you also had a new source of wealth. And this new source of wealth was tax revenue. As the Roman Senate decided we're going to administer these imperial territories in a more direct fashion, they realized that the tax revenue from these new territories in Africa and Spain and Greece was tremendous. Roman officials particularly enjoyed the tax revenue system because it was permanent and it was predictable. Another huge source of wealth creation for largely the upper class was the mining of precious metals all around the Mediterranean. So there were huge operations that were bringing in gold and silver in ridiculous numbers back to Rome. The treasury was expanding, and Rome now had the funding to create massive public works projects, in Rome specifically, but really all over Roman-controlled territories of the Mediterranean. Bridges, sewer systems, ports, roads, aqueducts. But while all of this is happening and the government and the republic seems to be healthy, there's also a development of a super wealthy class of political elites that in large measure is happening behind the scenes. The reality of the situation was, as Rome expanded, as these new sources of wealth became obvious and predictable and just right there for the taking, right within these wealthy people's grasp, corruption entered the political scene more so than in any other time during the Roman Republic. What you saw was a massive increase in the role of money in politics. For example, the new system of tax collection needed contractors, basically. The government needed to pick contractors to handle the tax collection in these territories. So there became what was known as a contract system. The government would pick contractors. Oftentimes this happened in corrupt fashion. You can imagine some money changing hands under the table gets you a contract to go to some territory where you can handle the tax collection however you see fit. In order to handle the tax collection as well as create the public works in that area, you would essentially create what we would probably call today a corporation, but it's this huge cabal of senators, political elites, and wealthy Romans who are able to plunder, tax, and loot their way to incredible wealth. Here's historian Edward J. Watts talking about how the Roman Republic basically outsourced all of this tax collection and public works and contract work to these contractors. Quote, "Officers of the Republic outsourced this work to contractors. Contractors handled tax collection in the provinces, mining operations in Spain and Macedon, and the many infrastructure projects undertaken across Italy and the provinces. The censors and other agents of the Roman state awarded these contracts to individuals or syndicates of investors who then subcontracted parts of them to others. Polybius famously wrote that, quote, almost everyone is involved either in the sale of these contracts or in the kinds of business to which they give rise." End quote. Back to Edward J. Watts now. These contracts brought paid work to the engineers, architects, tax collectors, and manual laborers ultimately employed by subcontractors, it is true, but the Roman elites who bid on the projects made far more money from them. In this way, public contracts resembled the division of war plunder among the Republic's elites. Average Romans certainly benefited from them, but the disproportionate share of this wealth that went to the elite Romans made many of them extremely rich. End quote. As I was researching about this, it's just hard not to think that that whole situation sounds very familiar. And perhaps even more modern for these senators and political elites, it wasn't just plunder and public contracts. They were involved in complex investment schemes involving all of this stuff. I mean, these guys had widely diversified investments that included land deals, trade deals, money lending, industrial properties, mining, and it was all connected together. Here's an example of one of those schemes. I'm getting a lot of this from Edward J. Watts, so go check out his book. It's called Mortal Republic, but here's an example of one of those investment schemes I referred to. Quote, like a modern home mortgage that is packaged into a bond and resold, A wealthy man like Cato could sell the debt of his investors and then reinvest the proceeds in another venture. As long as the wealthy investor could continue to front the initial capital on a shipping voyage or public contract, he could almost perpetually loan money to other investors looking to buy shares in the venture and then either reinvest the paper profits in a new scheme or use them to buy agricultural or investment property. People with access to capital could then quickly and dramatically increase their wealth if they managed their investments skillfully. End quote. Aside from reminding you of an episode of Ozark where this money is moving around all over the place, it reminds you of a modern 21st century strategy of wealth accumulation. Money and wealth is now a goal in and of itself. The opportunities are too obvious. It's too easy for these political elites to engage in schemes like this. Everybody else is doing it. The corruption is rampant. And you could use political office, or at least connections to political office, to get money, to get wealth, to get investments, and to use those investments to benefit yourself. Edward J. Watts sums up that point here saying, quote, "The days in which personal qualities, honors, and family pedigree mattered far more than wealth were receding. By the end of the 3rd century, ambitious politicians had no doubt that money had become deeply intertwined with the pursuit of public office." End quote. For those that were benefiting from this situation, everything was becoming more lavish. There were huge feasts that lasted for days. They were full of ostentatious and opulent stuff. New public works buildings, new temples, new roads. I mean, in 161 BC, the Senate actually issued a law limiting the amount of silver that you could display in your home. This shows the amount of wealth that was on display at a lot of these places. Whether it be luxury houses, vacation homes, luxury goods, you name it, these people had it. It just seems like as the amount of wealth that was possible to own went up, that it just makes sense that people could just become richer in this new complicated economy. And that simple fact meant that the opportunities for corruption were going to go through the roof. A great example of this is Edward J. Watts comparing Scipio Africanus, probably the wealthiest Roman in Roman history at the time he was large and in charge, around 188 BC, to Crassus, who was probably one of the richest Romans ever, maybe the richest Roman ever, just a century later. And it's clear that Scipio Africanus' level of wealth isn't even close. He's playing in the minor leagues. So here it is, quote, "Scipio Africanus, for example, was likely both the richest Roman of his time and the richest Roman who had ever lived at that time of Rome's victory over Antiochus III in 188 BC. Crassus, the richest Roman a little more than a century later, at one point controlled a fortune worth nearly 40 times what Scipio possessed. The natures of their fortunes were as different as their relative sizes. Scipio's fortune largely consisted of tangible things of value, taken from Carthage and Spain, that remained in his possession. Crassus's fortune, by contrast, largely existed on paper, and not as physical objects contained in a vault. It was much more liquid than the fortune of Scipio, and because of this, it could be easily invested in ways that would enable it to grow much more rapidly." End quote. So the super rich, wealthy Romans were getting wealthier with relative ease, but many other classes of Roman society were not benefiting from that Roman expansion as much, if at all. Here's Edward J. Watts, quote, "Some of the established families who were falling behind economically became increasingly concerned that they could not compete effectively in this new environment. Population growth within Italy meant that the economic outlook of many Romans in the mid-2nd century was bleaker than that which faced their parents. Many of the rural Italians who were forced to share small homes and farm small plots of land with members of their extended families were just barely making it. These were the seasonal laborers employed at the olive groves and vineyards of the rich during harvest time. These were also the dock workers and craftspeople who moved to Rome and other cities to find steady work. They knew that their lots were worse than their parents'. They also saw firsthand how their relative poverty compared to the unprecedented opulence that the richest Romans now enjoyed. The new economy produced great wealth for a few winners, but the frustration of the newly poor and the fear that some of the old elite were losing their grip on power created conditions in which a fierce populist reaction could occur." End quote. Quite simply, the gap between the rich and poor was getting bigger and bigger, and life was getting more difficult for the poor. And when you combine the gap between the rich and the poor getting wider with huge numbers of population increases and the threat of overpopulation, you're ripe for a populist breakout. Frustration was building among a wide spectrum of the Roman population, and a new class of politician was coming of age that wasn't afraid to provoke populist sentiments to get what they wanted, even if it put the stability of the Republic in jeopardy. And make no mistake about it, at this point, the stability of the Republic was in question. We talked about a number of themes where the Republic was beginning to fracture in a number of ways, whether it be military leaders using government positions or military commands as a springboard to personal wealth, glory, or power, whether it was Roman overexpansion and the host of problems that brought from foreign policy to domestic issues to economics to wealth inequality. The system was bending, and soon enough, it was going to break. There's a lot of reasons why the Roman Republic fell. We've talked about quite a number of them already, and we're going to get into more, but one of the most commonly cited reasons by historians and people that are interested in this period is moral decline. The idea is that Roman ambition got out of control, in particular with the ruling class of society. Whereas probably earlier in the Republic, more people in the ruling class were willing to channel that ambition in service to the Republic. Towards the end, it seemed like that ambition was being channeled into self-serving and career-advancing and wealth-accumulating moves. This moral decline is usually depicted as something sudden, like this is just something suddenly that happened with the rise of Julius Caesar or Octavian or whoever. And it's also sometimes depicted as something that was slowly developing over time and slowly getting worse as the Republic went on. The ancient historian Tacitus said, quote, "From time immemorial, man has had an instinctive love of power. With the growth of our empire, this instinct has become a dominant and uncontrollable force." End quote. There's no doubt that this ambition and this greed and this lust for power was a big factor in the Roman Republic falling, as we're going to discuss, but it's also useful to look at this as something that was actually built into the system. There was always a conflict between ambition on the one hand and equality on the other hand. This was something that was built into the system, and the tension between the two is in large part just a history of the Roman Republic. When the metronome swung one way and that ambition got too out of control, bad things tended to happen. And when the metronome swung the other way and populism and the desire for equality got too powerful, disaster usually struck as well. This duality of ambition versus equality is at the heart of Roman society and politics, and the more you look, the more you see it, whether it's patricians and plebeians, Romulus and Remus, consul versus the Senate, the role of the tribune of the plebs. And there's all sorts of ways that you could interpret this theme going all the way back to the beginning of Rome. Historian Barbara Levick has written about this phenomenon, and she says that it's often popular for historians, and particularly ancient historians, to analyze history through this sort of moral perspective. the ambition and the greed and the corruption getting out of control, this sort of moral decay, this moral decline, is the main factor that led to the decline of the Republic for many of the ancient historians. But Barbara Levick says that perhaps this might be a little bit too simplified as far as a robust explanation for why the Roman Republic fell. Here's what she says, quote, "The language of morals has always had greater appeal than that of austere historical inquiry. It allows historians a place in the world of action. But if those of ancient Rome had pursued their inquiries further, they would have found something perhaps unacceptable to them, that the tension between individual and group was built in, that there was nothing to be done about it, and that any series of shocks was likely to unbalance it, either in the direction of Spartan austerity, if the state was strong enough, or towards one-man rule. Ancient analyses of the fall of the Republic are inadequate because they neglect a built-in tension in Roman political and social life between ambition on the one hand, and on the other, the principle of equality. By examining that tension, we may help to explain both the fall of the Republic and the ancients' preoccupation with moral factors." End quote. We're about to get to the part of the story in the fall of the Roman Republic where that tension between ambition and equality, kind of like two tectonic plates under the surface, collides. And when that collision happens, it's going to stress the Republic in a way that it has never been stressed before. After Rome's victory in the Punic Wars and their subsequent expansion to become the political and economic center of the Mediterranean, there was frustration building in the system, particularly among the lower classes and the average Joes of Roman society. Even though Rome was expanding throughout the Mediterranean, the administrative system wasn't expanding alongside of it. Contractors and not officials ran the show in the provinces for the most part. So it was contractors who built the roads, who worked the mines, who collect the taxes, and as we sort of talked about in the last episode, corruption seemed to be running rampant. And for the average soldier or the average citizen farmer, their farm was getting smaller, wars were getting less lucrative as far as plunder. It seemed like that super wealthy class of political elites was controlling the wealth accumulation, while wars in Africa and Greece tended to yield better results for soldiers. Spain was a guerrilla warfare nightmare, and during this time, many Romans were actually rioting to avoid going there. There was a simmering tension under the surface in Roman society. You'll often hear it called the conflict between the populares on the one hand and the optimates on the other hand. You'll see it framed as elites versus populists. I framed it earlier as ambition versus equality. Whatever you want to call this conflict, it's growing, it's slowly simmering, and from the time period after the Third Punic War to about the 130s BC, the scales seem to be tipping towards populism. That Roman lower class, the underclass, was frustrated with the fact that they seemed to not be gaining in the riches of expansion, and they were also frustrated with just some of the political, what they would see as political nefariousness on the parts of the ruling class. Just as an example, the way you voted in Rome in these assemblies a lot of the times was you kind of put your vote in a jar, and oftentimes this was not an anonymous process. So this, of course, could lead to voter intimidation and bribery and people trying to influence elections, particularly if you have the resources to do that. So just as an example, one of these conflicts is over what's known as the secret ballot. So the ability to vote anonymously was something that took a while for the popular assemblies to implement, and it was something that they wanted for a long time. And it's just sort of an example of one of these issues, and we're going to see a ton of them here with land reform or wealth and food distribution, whatever the case may be, there seems to be a lot of conflict in the Roman system. And it appears that during this time, cynical politicians began realizing that they could use cynical tactics and populism to gain individual glory rather than service to the Republic like before. Now, all of a sudden, advancing your career or gaining wealth and prestige for yourself seemed to be a tactic that politicians could use. And if that meant using that frustrated underclass of Roman society to get what you wanted and kind of play to them in a populist fashion, then that's what they were going to do. A great example of this in Rome is the coin minting situation that was going on. So traditionally, there had been a specific image on coins or a specific style of image that went on coins. Now, the politicians in charge of minting began to think to themselves, wait a second, what if we put some subtly self-serving images on here? We can use that as free political advertising and free political branding. So every time some poor schmuck pulls out his coin, he could see something that is some sort of image that benefits me somehow politically. An example was one politician put on a coin an image of his family that goes back to ancient times of those old, productive Roman family members giving food to the poor, as if to say, hey, I'm here to help you guys. This type of targeted advertising could apply to any group. And these cynical politicians began realizing who's the most important group we need to cater to. Well, it could depend on your political goals and your political base, but oftentimes soldiers were targeted. It's never a bad idea to have a bunch of well-trained, armed, and dangerous people on your side. Oftentimes it was the tribune of the plebs, the person who was kind of in charge of those citizen assemblies and sort of saw themselves as the representative of the underclass of Rome, who took advantage of the situation. Here's what historian Edward J. Watts says, quote, "The innovative moneyers and reformist tribunes of the early 130s BC tried to build support for themselves by seizing on the growing popular discontent with the directions of Roman political and economic life. They broke with precedent to use their offices in ways that defined them as champions of particular reforms and that developed individual political brands. But none of them had done anything to threaten the stability of Rome's republican government." End quote. At least not yet, because the tension was rising, and it was just a matter of time before someone decided to really exploit this situation, and ultimately that exploitation could become a danger to the Republic. So in the late 130s BC, enter a man named Tiberius Gracchus. Tiberius had a tremendous bloodline that he probably thought set him up for a tremendous political career. His ancestors were consuls and high-ranking officials. He could trace his ancestry all the way back to Scipio Africanus, the Roman legend of the Second Punic War. He was also highly educated. He was trained in philosophy and public speaking and persuasion. He had military experience. Overall, Tiberius Gracchus was a formidable person. Early on in his career, he found himself fighting in Spain, assisting a consul. He was a quaestor, and the army he was fighting in got surrounded. The people that Rome were fighting in Spain were known as the Numantines. I believe this situation was known as the Numantine Affair. But for various reasons, the Numantines didn't want to negotiate with the consul who was in charge of the army. So Tiberius Gracchus sort of ends up being the person that negotiates a treaty with these people in Spain, and ultimately it saves Roman lives. So it allows the Roman army to pull out without getting destroyed in exchange for giving up a lot of the plunder and a lot of the riches and a lot of the gains that they had made earlier in the wars. So Tiberius thinks he's a hero for saving all these lives and negotiating with the enemy in order to do that, but he gets home and the senators and the Roman political elite trash him for it. They say this is weakness. Rome doesn't negotiate with the enemy. I mean, you can remember back to the Second Punic Wars and what happened to those Italian allies that switched sides over to Carthage. Ultimately, best case, they were enslaved. Worst case, their cities were burned to the ground and their people put to the sword. So it's sort of like the modern day, our country does not negotiate with terrorists. That gave us, the plot of seasons 1 through 6 of 24, which we're all thankful for. But that was kind of the Roman version of that type of thinking. But for many of the quote-unquote average Joes of society, they were thankful for having all those lives saved. And in a way, Tiberius now found himself as champion of the people, in a sense. However, because Tiberius Gracchus now seemed to have made himself an enemy of the Roman political elite and the senators, he was shut out of the consulship. He no longer had the elite path that he thought he did to get to wealth and glory and fame. So instead of going for the consul, Tiberius went for the position of tribune of the plebs. He gets the position, and almost immediately he begins creating a campaign and trying to broaden support on the issue of economic inequality. According to Edward J. Watts, quote, "This economic inequality provided Tiberius with a potent issue that simultaneously inflamed the anger of ordinary Romans who felt that the new imperial economy had left them behind, and emphasized how Tiberius would continue to fight for their interests against the entrenched Roman elite." End quote. So Tiberius proposes land reform as his big political measure. This is something that we've been talking about has been an issue for the lower classes for a while now, and even people in that entrenched Roman political elite, as it was so called there by Edward J. Watts, he says that even people in that political elite thought that this was an issue that needed to be addressed. Tiberius says, let's parcel out some of this land. Let's take some public land away from the Italian allies who were disloyal at one point in time. Let's take some land away from the super rich who have these huge plantations being worked by slaves, and let's sort of parcel it out to the people that need it. Tiberius wanted to take land above a certain threshold in order to redistribute it to landless or poor Roman citizens, and he would do this taking away of land in exchange for compensation. This has broad support among the landless citizens of Rome who were forced to move to the city all those years ago, looking for opportunities, and it also had support among poorer Roman citizens and smaller landowners. But ultimately it would hurt the wealthy elites and the Italian allies as well. Again, the Italian allies are just the people living in Italy who aren't citizens of Rome but are sort of under the Roman political domination. Unfortunately for Tiberius and the people who supported this land reform bill, the Senate was not on board. Here's why. Edward J. Watts says, quote, "What alarmed Tiberius's opponents in the Senate was not the practical effect of the law, but the principle behind it. A further cause for alarm lay in the reaction of non-Roman upper-class Italians, many of whom rented this public land and would have been adversely affected by the redistribution. Tiberius had then effectively proposed to take property used by Rome's Italian allies without their consent or their input." End quote. There's a lot of debate among historians about whether Tiberius Gracchus was seriously concerned about this land reform issue and the lower classes of Rome, or if he just wanted to use this issue in order to launch his political career and gain a huge base of support. On the one side, you could say that Tiberius was just looking at this situation rationally. The Roman economy and the industrial complex had expanded to just ridiculous heights that no one in Rome had foreseen, and it was clearly leaving out the lower classes of Rome in the wealth accumulation and the political capital that many others, sort of the wealthier classes, were capitalizing on. Roman soldiers were having their lands taken away and swallowed up by these big plantation farmers who were able to import slaves. and buy up smaller landowners while they were away fighting in wars. The urban population of Rome was swelling, and it was a place where people went in order to find opportunities that they didn't feel like they had in the countryside anymore. And Tiberius might have been looking at this and been thinking to himself, this is a powder keg waiting to explode unless we do something. And there were certainly many senators and members of the political elite who felt the same way. They just didn't like the way Tiberius was going about trying to accomplish this land reform goal. Here are some examples of some of the tactics that Tiberius was using that the members of the Senate didn't like because it was breaking with Roman political tradition and Roman customs. So Tiberius broke with customs. He took the land reform bill directly to the assembly because he knew the Senate wasn't going to ratify it. He ends up getting vetoed by the other tribune, so that makes Tiberius double down on the law even more. He makes the law harsher, more redistributive, and he does the equivalent of shutting down the government. So he locks the doors of the treasury. He prevents any spending on anything really from taking place. Tiberius then wants to take a public vote to impeach the other tribune. The Senate responds allegedly by somehow making the voting urns disappear, so voting couldn't take place. So all of a sudden there's angry mobs roaming around Rome looking for this tribune, and somehow he barely escapes. And instead of orderly political dynamics going on in Rome like they had for hundreds of years, you have chaos. And Tiberius Gracchus is fanning the flames of that chaos with his populism and with his desire to use the office of the tribune in ways that hadn't been used before, whether it was vetoes or shutting down the government or taking his laws directly to the assembly. This alarmed the Roman Senate because all of a sudden you have someone doing things that were not part of the norms of conventional political life, and many saw this as dangerous. Edward J. Watts says, quote, "Resentful of the obstacles that had been thrown in the way of his proposals, Tiberius fanned the flames of popular resentment against the narrow group of elites who blocked the state from responding to the needs of ordinary Romans. He did not actively encourage violence from his followers, but by potentially touching everyone in the city, the threat of physical violence that now rippled through Rome spread more fear than even an actual riot could. The volatility of Tiberius's followers constituted a potent political weapon that could fire anywhere at any time and for unpredictable reasons." End quote. Ultimately, Tiberius did get his land reform passed, but what ends up happening is the Senate, in this sort of game of political brinksmanship, Tiberius makes one move and raises the stakes, then the Senate does the same thing and the stakes keep getting higher. The Senate simply refuses to fund anything. So apparently in order to get this land reform done, you had to have commissions and people going out and surveying the land and things like this. So remember, the Senate is in charge of foreign affairs and finances. So they just say, we're not going to fund anything. It's more gridlock and dysfunction until something bizarre happens. A foreign king ends up dying, and he gives his entire treasury to, quote-unquote, the Roman people. Again, typically finances are the affairs of the Senate, but Tiberius Gracchus sways the people's assemblies to take control of it. And boom, all of a sudden, the land reform is funded. The law is enacted, and Tiberius and his followers are satisfied, as well as some people in the upper classes who felt like this was necessary. But in the end, all the drama wasn't worth the change and the damage to the typical norms, the institutions, and the stability of everything running as it normally should. With all of the controversy and all of the obstruction and all of the political brinksmanship that was going on between the two groups, this caused lasting damage to the Republic, even though it's difficult to quantify. In his book, Mortal Republic, Edward J. Watts basically argues that all of this land reform wasn't that big a deal anyway. You could redistribute the land in the way that Tiberius Gracchus wanted to do it, and ultimately it wouldn't make a huge dent in the number of landless citizens roaming around, and it wouldn't make a huge dent in the finances of the wealthiest Romans. So all of this struggling and all of this drama over the bill ultimately did more harm than good for either side in this political battle. Here's what he says, quote, "Even if the commission had redistributed all of the public land in southern Italy, however, it is estimated that perhaps 15,000 poor families could then have been resettled, out of an Italian population that numbered several million. The reform would do even less damage to the wealthiest Italians. Although those holding large tracts of land in areas the commission proposed to redistribute would ultimately take a financial hit, land holdings represented only a small part of the diversified investment portfolios of Italy's wealthiest families. Few, if any, of the very richest families in Rome or Italy would be ruined by this reform, but many Romans would eventually be harmed by the breaching of institutional norms that it took to get land reform put in place." End quote. Old norms were being violated and new norms were being put in place. Probably the most insidious norm was that the threat of violence, thanks to Tiberius Gracchus and the drama that surrounded him, was now on the table. Here's what Edward J. Watts says, quote, "For the 150 years that had passed since the end of the conflict of the orders, the Republic had avoided political violence because Romans had largely respected the unwritten customs that determined how the Senate, magistrates, and assemblies divided power. Politicians understood the damage that could be done if one used the full legal authority that the assembly could technically claim as a tool to overturn the customs that shaped these patterns of interaction between different parts of the Republic. For more than a century, they had voluntarily held back from doing this. Tiberius's decision to openly challenge both the Senate and a sitting magistrate by direct appeal to the assembly deeply upset these norms. It was suddenly unclear which rules now governed political disputes and which mechanisms, if any, continued to check the power of the Republic's various institutions. Tiberius never ordered or even condoned violence, but he did make regular use of the threat of it." End quote. As he says there, it's now unclear which norms, which rules, which mechanisms are going to be followed. And of course, a cynical person could say, if one of these norms can be broken, why bother with any of them? And that's where we're going. Again, Tiberius never ordered any violence, but he flirted with it by encouraging rumors and speculation, by stoking mobs, by turning a blind eye, and perhaps fearing for his life after this land reform bill gets passed, and probably justifiably so. He has to run again for the tribune of the plebs position in order to protect himself. If you remember, the position of the tribune is seen as a sacrosanct, holy kind of position where you're basically untouchable while you have it and while you're in office. But as soon as you're out of office, you can be prosecuted, and in theory, you could be having violence done against you. Just the fact that Tiberius was running for tribune again was something that was unprecedented. So it was not illegal. Again, there's no written code that says you can't do it, but it hadn't been done before too often. So if the senators and the wealthy class of Rome is going to get Tiberius Gracchus, the time to do it is before he gets elected again. During the election process, some senators gather a mob, and, well, let's let historian Mike Duncan describe what happens next, because he does a great job here in his book, The Storm Before the Storm. He's going to be talking about a guy named Nausicaa, who was the Pontifex Maximus, who was the head of the Roman religion, more or less, and was well entrenched with the senatorial elite. Anyway, Mike Duncan says, quote, "Nausicaa then donned the formal attire of the Pontifex Maximus and put himself at the head of a mob of like-minded senators and clients. Together they marched to the temple of Jupiter. As weapons were not permitted to be carried inside the Pomerium, the sacred city limits, Nausicaa and his followers armed themselves mostly with table legs and other bludgeons. Though the coming attack was not premeditated, it was clear they were willing to use force to beat back the mob trying to make Tiberius Gracchus king of Rome. Meanwhile, up on the rostra, Tiberius was warned about the approaching mob. Tiberius's men turned and readied for battle, but hesitated when they saw the mob included senators and was led by the Pontifex Maximus himself. Though the Gracchans started to give way, Nausicaa's men aggressively pushed and beat the crowd anyway. Once the shoving and hitting began, Tiberius's supporters naturally fought back, leading to a line of clashes throughout the assembly. The casualties in the resulting melee were entirely one-sided. Tiberius's people were unarmed and made easy targets for Nausicaa's gang. Trapped in the confined space in front of the Temple of Jupiter, many people were trampled underfoot or fell to their deaths off the steep cliffs of the Capitol line. When the dust cleared, 300 people lay dead. The principal target of the attack was, of course, Tiberius himself, and it didn't take long for the reactionary senators to locate their prey. Near the entrance of the Temple of Jupiter, Tiberius tripped over the body of a man who had already fallen, and before he could get up, he was set upon by a fellow tribune and a senator. Though he was a tribune, and allegedly sacrosanct, these two men proceeded to beat Tiberius Gracchus to death with the legs of a bench. End quote. Looking back at this moment, historians have marked it in 133 BC as the beginning of the end. Edward J. Watts said, quote, "Romans understood that the Republic changed irreversibly on that day in 133. End quote. Plutarch claimed that it was, quote, "the first outbreak of civil strife in Rome that resulted in the bloodshed and murder of citizens since the expulsion of the kings." End quote. Appian said that after this event, there was, quote, "no longer a republic, but the rule of force and violence." End quote. To make matters worse, historian Mike Duncan goes on to say, quote, "but at least in living memory, Roman politics had always been waged without resorting to violence. Now hundreds of citizens lay dead on the Capitoline Hill. Whatever one felt about Tiberius Gracchus and his land reform, it must have been a shocking sight. The principal cause of the crisis of 133 was a dangerous game of mutual brinksmanship." And Duncan goes on to explain a lot of what we talked about earlier as far as the events that led up to Tiberius Gracchus' death. And he goes on to say, "The Senate made no apologies for the attack. Tiberius and his dead supporters were denied traditional funeral arrangements and dumped en masse into the Tiber. This was in itself a shocking affront to tradition. The Gracchi were still a powerful noble family. Denying their son a proper burial was fraught with religious and social implications. But the story was now that Tiberius had been trying to make himself king, the most taboo of political offices, and the Senate determined that they could not afford a funeral becoming a venue for renewing violent revolution." End quote. The senators may have thought that they achieved victory by getting rid of Tiberius Gracchus, but the reality of the situation was the underlying issues and the problems that were facing the Republic were still there. Now you had Italian allies looking for a better shake on land reform and looking for citizenship. They felt like they got a raw deal as a result of Tiberius Gracchus' actions. After a few years, none other than Tiberius's brother, Gaius Gracchus, takes the stage in the 120s BC, expanding wildly on what Tiberius did, using the memory of Tiberius in order to gain popularity. Gaius proposed citizenship to the Italian allies. He proposed food distribution, land distribution, military reforms, colonies for landless Roman citizens, new tax collecting processes, eliminating corruption. And he's using that position of tribune to do exactly what Tiberius did before. And the Senate is unsure what to do. Do you block these laws and risk violence? Or do you let Gaius Gracchus get what he wants and potentially run rampant on his way to gaining power and prestige? The Senate comes up with a pretty devious solution. They decide to simply nominate their own tribune to simply outbid him on everything he does. So when Gaius proposes one colony to settle landless Roman citizens, this tribune that represented the Senate would propose 12 colonies to settle landless Roman citizens. If Gaius proposed to distribute 100 pounds of grain, the senators would propose to distribute 1,000 pounds of grain. And of course, the Senate had no intention of ever actually fulfilling these duties, but if they promised to do it and then decided they just would never do it, it turns out that the assemblies would buy it and they would often vote these guys in, just based on those promises. So Gaius Gracchus is voted out of office, and all of a sudden it's like deja vu all over again. Mob violence breaks out with Gaius Gracchus at the center. The Senate urges a consul to raise an army in order to deal with these mobs, and the consul did just that, crushing Gaius Gracchus, killing him and thousands of other Romans. Historian Tom Holland says, quote, Tiberius was clubbed to death with a stool leg in a violent brawl. Gaius, in 121 BC, was also killed by agents of the aristocracy. His corpse was decapitated and lead poured into his skull. In the wake of his murder, 3,000 of his fellow followers were executed without trial. In the Republic, there was no distinguishing between political goals and personal ambitions. Influence came through power, power through influence. The fate of the Gracchi had conclusively proved that any attempt to impose root and branch reforms on the Republic would be interpreted as tyranny. Programs of radical change, no matter how idealistic their inspiration, would inevitably disintegrate into internecine rivalries. By demonstrating this to the point of destruction, the Gracchi had ultimately stymied the very reforms for which they had died. The tribunes who followed them would be more careful in the causes they adopted. Social revolution would remain on permanent hold. End quote. The Gracchian revolution that these two brothers and at this point thousands of others had spilled their blood for was indeed on hold. But perhaps the biggest influence that the Gracchi left on Rome was the fact that violence was now sanctioned and sanitized. As a result of this political brinksmanship, the idea that the norms and customs of the old republic were eroding, Roman ambition in the form of these cynical politicians seemed to be getting out of control. There was no mechanism to regulate between that duality of ambition and equality. Ultimately, all of those things and many more factors led to this disaster. The problem with violence is it's insidious, even in small amounts. Violence tends to beget more violence, and that's the path that the Roman Republic is heading down. Historian Edward Watts would say, quote, "No one could now be sure that disputes would play out peacefully. Any violent incident, however small, could now seem like a threat to the Republic. Although Gaius took pains not to use threats in the same way that Tiberius had, it did not matter. Once violence and intimidation became political tools, any disturbance at all provided an excuse for overreaction. The Gracchi brothers were the first victims of this new world Tiberius created. They would not be the last." The problem after a war is the victor. He thinks he just proved that war and violence pay. Who will now teach him a lesson? That quote is attributed to a guy named A.J. Must, who was supposedly a pacifist and social activist during the mid-20th century, and it's an interesting quote for a lot of reasons. And I think it applies pretty well to this period of the Roman Republic that we've been studying. It seems that the violence against Tiberius and Gaius Gracchus proved that violence and intimidation can be effective political tools. Ultimately, the Senate and certain political elites, in their opinion, had no choice but to resort to that violence, and in the opinion of the populares or the lower classes or the people that were affected by it, they would say that they used political reasons to justify violence. But either way you slice it, the lid was now off, and people in Rome, and particularly ambitious politicians, now realized violence can be a tool to help you achieve wealth or glory or political office or whatever it is you desire. The other problem that quote addresses is what happens when someone achieves power with violence? How do you tell that person or that institution that you want to make changes or remove them from power or do whatever it is you need to do without them? Chances are that because violence seems to beget violence, the only way to remove someone who has violently taken power is to use violence. And that's going to create a cycle of destruction, beginning with the death of Tiberius Gracchus in 133 BC, all the way to the coronation of Augustus Caesar around 27 BC. Rome was going to be caught in a cycle of violence and wars and terror as a result of this new political norm that violence could be sanctioned and sanitized, and this would ultimately result in the destruction of the Roman Republic. According to Edward J. Watts, Roman historian, it wasn't just the fact that the Gracchi brothers were proposing land reforms and wealth redistribution in a way that benefited their political base. There was also other reasons that people supported the Gracchi and the memory of the Gracchi brothers. Here's what he says, quote, "The true appeal of Tiberius and Gaius lay in what their attacks on the wealthy and well-placed symbolized. This their opponents could not co-opt. The brothers' violent deaths, meanwhile, had made them martyrs. Their examples resonated whenever the corruption or the arrogance of the elite surfaced in particularly notable ways. And perhaps most crucially, their model of political confrontation remained available to any politician who was ambitious enough to wager his life in a bid to win political power." End quote. So these two brothers had laid a political framework for an ambitious, bold, daring, and probably dangerous politician in the future to come in and execute that game plan. The game plan being basically get the Roman masses on your side, use your political office to violate the typical norms of political office in order to get things done, add in a little dose of threatened violence and political obstruction, and be willing to risk it all. And if you succeed, you can reach great heights. Because the underlying structural problems that led to the rise of Tiberius Gracchus and Gaius Gracchus still hadn't been solved, and they were just waiting there for another, maybe even more scrupulous politician to exploit. And sure enough, that person eventually revealed himself to be a man by the name of Gaius Marius. From all accounts I've read, he was an ambitious, self-serving, but also simple and effective political maneuverer. He was known as a person from the quote-unquote new man class of equestrians. The idea was that these types of people were indeed wealthy and considered part of the Roman elite, but their families weren't as aristocratic and they didn't come from the senatorial background. So people like Marius, who were well off in some ways, also felt a little bit slighted because they couldn't truly join in with the ranks of the elite by becoming senators. But supposedly there was a prophecy that said that Gaius Marius would one day be consul, and he believed it. Even though he was often scoffed at by the upper classes, the senatorial families in Rome. And while this was happening, Marius wasn't making any inroads in the senatorial class. He did become sort of a champion of the lower classes, who were still displeased with the seeming Roman corruption and the fact that the senatorial families seemed to be the ones in control of this new Mediterranean-wide industrial economy. And there were actually more immediate concerns that many of the lower classes were concerned with in the Roman system. There was corruption in the justice system, plenty of that to go around. The fact that senators could seemingly only be tried by other senators, which often led to people looking the other way and corruption being a norm rather than an exception. Foreign policy-wise, there was sort of a power struggle in northern Africa. A North African leader by the name of Jugurtha ended up disobeying some Roman orders, kind of seizing control of one of these territories in North Africa, slaughtering some Romans as some sort of collateral damage. These people were caught in this crossfire of this power struggle between Rome and this guy Jugurtha. Many of the people's assemblies in Rome seemed to be outraged. There was sort of a sense that there's this corruption going on where perhaps this Jugurtha guy is bribing senators. Maybe there's backroom deals going on. They're governing foreign policy. And what you're seeing is some of these downstream effects of these foreign wars that Rome is involved with. Now, with that background established, here's historian Mike Duncan kind of just summarizing Gaius Marius. Quote, "Though later denigrated as a man of rustic birth, rough and uncouth, and austere in his life, Marius was in fact the son of a respected equestrian family, raised in comfort and privilege. But though he was the well-educated son of a prosperous family, Roman politics in the 2nd century seemed designed to make a mockery of his ambitions. Marius was a novice Homo Italian, without sufficient ancestry or connections to dream of anything more than a respectable career in local government. But Marius wanted more than that. So upon completing his education, he took the only path to political prominence available to a relative outsider, service in the legions." End quote. I've heard other historians refer to Marius as the outsider, sort of a nickname that shows that he wasn't part of that senatorial elite. But at any rate, he gets involved in this sort of power struggle in North Africa. Marius had kind of risen up in the ranks, and he was one of the subordinates under the consul sort of running military operations against this Jugurtha guy. Marius is continuously undermining this guy publicly and privately. He's sabotaging this guy, undercutting the faith of the public in this consul, and in a more general way, undercutting the faith of the public in the institutions of the Republic. Whether they were working or not, or whether this guy was succeeding or not, Marius didn't seem to care. He was going to get to power however it took, and if it meant trashing this guy in public or in private, that's what he was going to do. Ultimately, Marius campaigns on sort of being the guy that can solve these military problems. He goes out, he wins the consulship, and what he does next is interesting. He raises an army that includes many landless people. So he takes away the typical Roman property qualification that you needed to enter military service. So now, instead of being someone who had to own property in order to go and fight in these wars, anybody really could do it, any Roman citizen. Many have pointed to this being a watershed moment, because now it seems like instead of serving the Republic in order to protect your farm and your family, the opportunity is there for people to jump into these legions, and really the only reason they're doing it is in order to better themselves personally, get wealth, get some sort of land. A lot of times Marius would promise these people land. So the loyalty shifted away from service to the Republic towards loyalty to the general who is basically hiring you. The other thing that Marius was seeing was just the simple reality that it was getting more and more difficult to actually raise an army because of the economic developments that we've been talking about over the last couple of episodes. The size of the average farm was decreasing. A lot of the population was becoming landless and moving to Rome anyway. Large slave-owning farmers were swallowing up a lot of this land that had normally been controlled by Roman citizens. And Marius now really had the support of a lot of the poor people in Rome. And these people had a ton to gain, whether it be plunder, land, booty, whatever, but it was also a serious break from precedent. This was certainly a self-serving move for Marius, and it went against a lot of the Republican norms. So anyway, Marius goes out, he defeats this Jugurtha guy, he defeats some of these Germanic invaders that had been threatening from the north. He wins a bunch of consulships, and he seems really to have accomplished everything that he wanted to accomplish. That Roman ambition led him along a path that allowed him to do great things. The problem with Marius was that it never seemed to be enough. The other problem was that he had also put together a formula for self-serving politicians to basically undermine other people in the Republic, undermine your superiors, use personal attacks, and basically go the military route to power. Once achieving that power and serving out his terms in office, many politicians before him might have just stepped down, retired to their vacation homes on the coast and drank their wine and had their parties and had their fun, but not Gaius Marius. Historian Edward J. Watts says, quote, "He had proven himself, bettered the lot of his family, and given his descendants the standing to match his accomplishments if they were at all capable. He greedily wanted to remain at the center of Roman political life for as long as he could. This desire would perhaps have been understandable if, like Gaius Gracchus, Marius had authored a program of broad policy reforms that he wanted to implement. But Marius was not a reformer at heart. Though he backed reforms put forward by figures like Saturninus, and may even have genuinely thought some of them to be good ideas, in the end, he did not advocate for any policy that did not benefit his political standing. Gaius Gracchus stood for a set of principles. Marius stood for Marius." End quote. I think that's a pretty good summary of Marius. Marius stood for Marius, and that's really the best way to look at this guy, in my opinion. By the way, Saturninus is one of these tribunes of the plebs who kind of follows in this Gaius and Tiberius Gracchus footstep type of deal, where he's using some of these dangerous political tools like violence and populism to try and get some of these land reform and wealth redistribution policies implemented. Anyway, back to Marius standing for Marius. A great example is that he actually put himself on a Roman coin with a picture of him during a triumph, and this is the first time an active public figure still in politics did this, and that really says it all. In the previous episode, we talked about how you could put yourself on coins now as a way to sort of have political advertising, political branding, almost like, Twitter or Instagram back in the day. This is something the Caesars would take advantage of much later in this story. And using tactics like this, Marius becomes consul yet again, and even though he's slowly becoming part of the establishment that he hated because it was always against him, he's now forced to team up with populist and violent politicians like that Saturninus guy we mentioned, who were using violence and gang warfare to get things done. A big reason Marius has to team up with these guys is that he promised his veterans land and wealth. So if you remember, he took away the property qualification and said, hey, fight with me, we go out and we win these wars, I'm going to come back home, I'm going to settle you on some land, and then you're going to be good to go. So if Marius wasn't able to provide land for his veterans, then he was going to be sunk politically. Eventually, it's just getting really bad with the violence and the gang warfare on Rome, and the Senate basically says to Marius, what's it going to be? Do you want to save the Republic from this violence, or do you want to team up with these radical guys? Ultimately, Marius chooses the establishment, and he chooses to have these men like Saturninus arrested. Ultimately, as a result, Saturninus and some of his associates end up getting killed, Here's Edward J. Watts talking about it, quote, "Once Saturninus and his associates entered the Senate House, a crowd of angry people began tearing the roof tiles off of the building and hurling them at the politicians within. Saturninus, Glaucia, and a number of other office holders were killed in the assault. Many of them, Appian notes, while still wearing the insignia of their office. Other associates of Saturninus were then attacked and killed around the city over the course of the next few days, including the incoming tribune of the plebs who claimed to be Tiberius Gracchus's illegitimate son. After that day," Appian writes, quote, "no one had any hope of protection from freedom or democracy or the laws or honors or offices." Back to Edward J. Watts now, because even the tribunes, traditionally sacrosanct, had participated in and been victims of horrible acts of mob violence. End quote. All of this violence is erupting, and it's really doing incredible damage to the Republic. As Edward J. Watts goes on to say, quote, "Violence prevents compromise, destroys consensus, and encourages extremism. It is very hard to bargain away parts of an agenda for which followers have shed blood, but it is very easy to use such sacrifices to build still more enthusiasm for a radical cause." End quote. Again, once the violence has been normalized, then really the only way to combat it is more violence. At any rate, Marius had put himself in the position of being the outsider. He liked to think that he was the only person capable of fixing the dying and sick republic, and ultimately he failed. He lost the support of the masses because he ended up going against that radical tribune and a lot of the lower class because the violence was just getting out of hand. The establishment never liked him anyway, and he basically has no choice but to retire from political life. But Marius being Marius, he's just waiting for the next opportunity, which is going to come soon enough. It might be worth pulling back here for a second and looking at some of the big picture issues that the Republic is facing right here at this point in time before things just get totally crazy. The death of the Gracchi brothers, as well as the Saturninus guy, and to some extent even Marius's reign, show that political violence can be effective. You can be sure that future politicians were taking note of this. Now, in addition to this, the overpopulation of cities, and particularly Rome, was still an issue. The Senate or the people's assemblies were never able to fix the issues in the countryside that were causing people to be landless and farm size to decrease and things like this. Entitlement programs were putting a drain on the state. There was no long-term infrastructure in place. There was only self-serving and Band-Aid style populism that seemed to be propelling people to political careers, but not actually solving the problems at hand. Military service was now a paid job rather than a dutiful service to the Republic. Veterans expected land and riches to be granted to them after their loyal service, and this was something that Marius was known for, the Marian reforms, again, where he eliminated that land qualification for military service. And to complicate matters even further, all of the benefits, whether they be entitlement programs or military service or land reform, these were all applying only to Roman citizens. They didn't mostly apply to the Italian allies, and many people in Italy were growing more resentful, especially after Gaius Gracchus's land reform bill that took the land right out from underneath their feet. While at times the populism that was running rampant seemed to serve the Roman citizens, it never served the Italian allies. Very quickly, the question of citizenship and how do we determine who gets to be a Roman citizen became the most important question in Rome. Here's historian Edward J. Watts, again, talking about this phenomenon. Quote, Marius's decision to raise armies made up of soldiers who did not meet the old minimum property qualification further exacerbated this shift. While many citizens who met the property qualification still did serve, the recruitment of poorer soldiers meant that military service now touched all segments of the Roman citizen body. But the military became a paid pursuit chosen by some rather than an obligation that all citizens shared. And after Marius's Roman veterans received land as a reward for their service, many Roman citizens began to expect the Republic to pay soldiers while they served and provide land to them upon their discharge. All of these developments made Roman citizenship an increasingly prized privilege. By the 90s BC, Roman citizens had the right to live in Rome, purchase subsidized grain, vote in the elections that chose magistrates, and participate in the political processes that shaped the Republic. As the Republic came to devote ever more resources to its citizens and continued to make policy that affected its Italian allies, the leading citizens of these allied towns and cities became ever more conscious of their lack of a direct voice in the Republic's decision-making." End quote. By the time around 90 BC rolls around, this is becoming a huge problem in Rome, and there aren't any great solutions, at least for the politicians in place at the time. Many self-serving tribunes continued to give away Italian allied land as a way to placate their political base, that poor landless Roman citizen, and get some of their own self-serving deals done. The Italian allies are continuing to freak out, and they're getting close to revolt. A couple of proposals are made to placate the Italian allies, including utilizing colonies more to settle people on that type of land instead of the land of the Italian allies. A tribune by the name of Livius Drusus actually proposes radically to expand citizenship to the Italian allies. Just boom, let them be citizens, problem solved. But ultimately, most Roman citizens couldn't accept being on equal terms with the Italian allies. Sure enough, Livius Drusus is assassinated, and the war is now on. Now, I did a series on the social war, I think it was episode 10 where it starts, a long time ago. So I'm going to kind of go through it briefly here. If you want more of the details, you can go back to that. But the social war was basically a Roman civil war over the Italian allies and their desire to become citizens of Rome. So some of these cities around Rome that had traditionally been allied with Rome revolted. It's sort of a bizarre war in that it's rare to see two sides going to war in order to unite themselves, but that was the goal of the Italian allies, was just to be a part of the Roman system. For Rome, it goes very poorly at first, and why not? Roman politics were completely dysfunctional at best at this point, and luckily for Rome, they had two excellent generals. They turned back to Marius, and they turned to a guy named Sulla, who we're going to get to in a second. And these two generals played a big role in turning the tides. But what actually ends the war for the most part is that Roman politicians realize the best way to end the war is simply to just grant the Italian allies citizenship. This negates the entire reason the Italian allies were fighting, and it's bizarre because so many people died in this war only for, at the end, the Roman political elite to just say, okay, we're going to give you guys citizenship. Here's historian Edward J. Watts, quote, "It then began to dawn on Roman politicians that the citizenship proposal of Drusus may not, in fact, have been such a terrible thing. Not only might the extension of citizenship to loyal allies deprive the Italian rebels of potential recruits, but it would also provide Rome with a new source of loyal soldiers." End quote. It's this political move, as well as some other military successes that guys like Marius and Sulla were having, that ultimately ends the social war. With the social war over, sort of continuing our theme of people using military successes to launch careers in politics and create wealth and opportunity for themselves, this brings us to a man named Lucius Sulla. Sulla fought in the social war. He was talented, he was well-connected and respected as a commander. He was a master of psychology with his soldiers, kind of like a football coach, the way I kind of view him. He knows how to push the right buttons for his troops to be loyal for them, and he also knows how to push the right buttons to gain respect and discipline. So he's a talented guy, but he's also seen as having probably the most underrated factor in history, and an underrated factor in what makes people successful in history, and that's luck. Historians often like to think that everything that happens in history has a definitive cause, and there's always definitive decision-making that leads to whatever result we're talking about. And in this way, historians can piece everything together and feel like they know the answers, and that's comforting. But the reality is, there's sometimes in history where luck is the best explanation, and sometimes things just happen to fall into people's laps at the exact right time, at the exact right moment. In Sulla's case, as the social war was winding down around 88 BC, the opportunity of a lifetime falls into his lap. He wins the consulship after the social war on his military bona fides, and sure enough, a guy by the name of Mithridates in the Roman East had taken control of many Asian provinces, instigated revolts against Rome, and murdered, many people see this as a genocide, up to 80,000 Romans. This is all going on in the Roman East, and of course this Mithridates guy is hated in Rome. In addition to the genocide and the murder, Romans hate him for financial reasons because he's upsetting that very delicate Roman-run industrial complex that had been going on in the Mediterranean since the end of the Second Punic War. Here's historian Edward J. Watts, quote, "Thus, as Mithridates took control of Asia, he ordered the massacre of as many as 80,000 Roman and Italian merchants, businessmen, and colonists living in the area. Mithridates' brutality succeeded in inciting rebellions among Greeks living under Roman control. Much of Asia fell out of Roman political control, a loss that had serious economic implications. The death of so many Roman businessmen, the confiscation of their property, and the loss of the Asian tax revenue that they had been contracted to collect collapsed the Roman financial system. The loans these dead men had taken out to finance their tax collection and business ventures would never be repaid. In addition, because these uncollectible loans had been sold to investors, and the investors had in turn sold the loans to other investors, the availability of credit in Rome dried up. Defaults cascaded down the Roman financial system. In the financial panic that followed, disputes between lenders and borrowers often turned violent. Things became so dangerous that a mob of debtors even murdered the praetor Acellio when he tried to mediate their disputes through legal means. The Republic responded to the panic with a series of emergency measures that restricted the amount of debt lenders could take on, arranged for renegotiation of outstanding loans that could not be repaid, and devalued the denarius so that more physical money could enter the economy to replace the paper wealth that had evaporated. It was Asian tax revenue that had funded the subsidized grain distributions in the city of Rome, and its loss imperiled this program on which many Romans depended for their survival." End quote. That sequence of events reminds you a little bit, it's almost like the ancient Roman version of the Great Depression, where you have all these financial factors suddenly plunging Rome into panic and chaos. So if you could go out and defeat this guy, you could get many, many, many Romans to love you. And defeating this guy could also give you riches on an unbelievable level. Sulla, as consul, of course, realizes this. He has an army at his disposal, and by rights, he has the command. But just as he's getting ready to leave, the command gets stolen from him. Gaius Marius had basically come out of retirement. He allies with one of these radical tribunes by the name of Sulpicius, and they use violence to intimidate the assemblies and the Senate in order to get things passed that take the command away from Sulla and give it to Marius. So in Sulla's eyes, this is Marius again uniting with a radical populist tribune and using violence to get what he wants. Sulla at this point basically says, okay, but I can do this too, and my army is bigger and more deadly. Sulla took his army and he marched it on Rome. This is a watershed moment in Roman political history. Sulla marches on the city. Marius flees. Sulla takes the city pretty easily with very little resistance. But there is some resistance, and this is the first time a Roman army has shed true Roman blood in Rome in hundreds of years. Sulla basically says enough of this. He sentences a couple people to death. He tweaks a few things. He tries to limit the power of the tribune, adjusting some of the laws, puts himself back in control of the army that was going to go fight Mithridates. He tries to limit any future demagogues from coming to power, and then he leaves to go fight Mithridates. Apparently, Sulla didn't really realize the immensity, the enormity of what he had just done. Historian Edward J. Watts says, quote, "Everyone else in Rome, however, appreciated that the Republic had now entered a new stage. Sulla had shown that the sort of armies of poor soldiers that Marius had debuted in the 100s BC would choose loyalty to their commanders over loyalty to the Republic, if the commander was sufficiently inspiring and the material benefits were great enough." End quote. A new political norm has now been deployed, and it's that these armies are now loyal to their commanders, and they could be deployed in political disputes against other Romans. With Sulla gone, apparently satisfied that he had things under control, Marius teams up with yet another radical tribune, a guy by the name of Cinna. And they do the same thing that Sulla did. They raise an army, they march on the city, and they take it. Now some of Sulla's people are executed, and the wheel is spinning all over again. Ultimately, Marius would die in 86 BC, leaving this Cinna guy in charge of Rome. And meanwhile, Sulla is out in the Roman East, continuing to push Mithridates out and, sadly, plundering Greece for his own men. The ancient historian Plutarch says that Sulla did this where he was basically plundering some of these cities and giving the riches and the wealth to his soldiers to, quote, corrupt and win over to himself the soldiers of other generals, end quote. Plutarch also says that Sulla was, quote, encouraged the evils of both treachery and debauchery at the same time, end quote. Sulla was no dummy. He understood that he needed to keep his soldiers happy in order to win this civil war. That's just what ends up happening. It works out. Sulla takes power in Rome after a series of battles and defections to his side. Sulla basically rules as dictator. And in his mind, he's just trying to fix the Republic. He's trying to turn the Republic back to the way it was before all these populist tribunes and all of these Marius-type figures were corrupting it. Sulla's reforms were comprehensive and, depending on who you were, deadly. So the first thing Sulla does is he murders thousands of people in just a bloodbath. He puts names on a prescription list, offering a list of names and rewards to the people who brought him those people or killed them themselves. Sulla confiscated property from people who were allied to Marius or Cinna or Sulpicius or any of these tribunes that were, in his view, populist. Sulla had total control, and he remade the Republic as he saw fit. It's really unprecedented, the level of fear and terror that Sulla implemented. I mean, this is kind of like a Game of Thrones style story here, but apparently at one point, Sulla was giving a speech to the Senate about some of these reforms he was making, and it wasn't enough just to simply give the speech. What ended up happening was he had someone executed during the speech, sort of off-screen, but still in auditory hearing distance from the senators. So every time Sulla paused during his speech, there were screams coming from this guy who was getting tortured just a few feet away. Apparently Sulla had planned this out, and the screams were all supposed to be timed in a certain fashion, and of course the senators are absolutely terrified. But on the other hand, you can also look at some of the reforms Sulla made and see the logic in them. So Sulla made the equestrian class part of the Senate. He was trying to remove some of that ambition that could lead to violence and chaos. Remember, a guy like Marius was a member of the equestrian class that was kind of like the wealthy Romans that weren't of the ancestrally pure Roman bloodlines. And Sulla said, let's just make them part of the club here, and then that way we won't have problems like that. Sulla made it so that tribunes could no longer be consuls. This ended the ambitious and demagogue-style tribune, at least in Sulla's mind. He put in time and age restraints and prerequisites on certain offices so that a demagogue could not easily rise to power. Another thing that Sulla did, probably wisely, was he spread the riches and the guilt of all his violence to as many people as possible. So there was this idea of, if the guilt was shared amongst all of the senators or all of the political elite, then that's going to minimize feelings of responsibility for everyone. In a way, this is sort of like the ancient Roman version of the bystander effect, where Sulla was giving out land and titles to his supporters. So he would take land from Marius's faction or Saturninus's faction or Cinna's faction, whatever. He would put up those lists, he would execute people, and then he would give land to the people that supported him. So they may have been terrified of what Sulla was doing, but hey, he's giving me some land, so I don't want that to get taken away from me. So in a way, I'm just going to go along with this and in a way be implicated in the whole scheme. Sulla was undoing much of the work that the social war accomplished as far as taking away citizenship for some of the Italian allies, prescribing and confiscating many of their lands to give to his supporters. He actually turned a lot of these people into agricultural slaves. But at any rate, Sulla figures that he has fixed the problems. He's identified the problems as these sort of demagogic, populist tribunes, and he seems to have neutered that problem, and he thinks that this is what is going to solve the deterioration of the Roman Republic. So he retires in 79 BC. He ends up dying in 78. And with Sulla out of the picture, historians have often wondered, just why did he do it? What was motivating him to march on Rome or put up these proscription lists or murder all those people or try to remake the Republic? Why? Historian Edward J. Watts has a theory, quote, Sulla marched on Rome both in 88 and in the winter of 84 BC because he had more trust in his abilities and his men than he did in the Republic. In 88, he marched because he had seen how the Republic had failed to protect the freedom and property of Metellus, who, by the way, was one of these guys that was on Marius's bad list. Back to Watts here. From Marius and Saturninus. In 84 BC, he remembered the brutality inflicted on his supporters by Marius and Cinna. The system did not protect those men, and it would not protect him. Sulla, whose good luck was legendary, instead bet that his army would give him security that the Republic could not. End quote. What was incredibly obvious at this point was that politics was now a zero-sum game. There was no more compromise between Gaius Marius and Sulla. There was no working together between the Senate and the tribunes. There was no norms and customs that were traditionally upheld. This was a zero-sum game now, and if you were going to enter politics on the biggest stage, you better be ready to die. It reminds you of the legendary George R.R. Martin line, when you play the Game of Thrones, you either win or you die. There is no middle ground. The problem with Sulla and the reforms he made and this whole way of thinking, this zero-sum way of thinking, is that the reforms he made were unsustainable. The only thing that held them together was his presence and the threat of violence. After Sulla's death, it would be back to the same squabbling, the same violence, the same mismanagement, the same chaos that he supposedly fixed, except now it's worse. You still have arguments over citizenship, slavery, land distribution, grain distribution. Now there's battles over the role of the tribune and these people who were proscribed, and their land was taken away, and what do we do with that? And it's all made worse by the threat of violence and people who are going to intimidate Sulla in the future. With the role of the tribune basically neutered, there was going to be protests by plebs who felt they were no longer supported, represented, and had less power. Mob violence was going to be on the rise. Gang warfare never got solved. And it turns out that not even the great and lucky Sulla could solve the big picture problems that were contributing to the fall of the Roman Republic. I think that most people would agree that what is considered normal behavior has changed over time. This could include normal socialization, this could include moral behavior, and this could also include political behavior. So whether or not you think that right and wrong is objective and has always been that way throughout history, you do have to concede that the people in these different time periods throughout history have thought about the norms of morality and ethics and political behavior differently as time has gone on. What we would consider normal behavior walking down the streets of Las Vegas in 2019 is probably totally different from what someone would consider normal behavior walking the streets of Rome in 70 BC. Political scientist Cass Sunstein thinks that this matters because in his view, normal is powerful, and what's normal and what's not normal has a big effect on political outcomes and social outcomes in the society you live in. And these political and moral norms are changing over time, and as a result, people can take advantage of the new normal to do things that would have been considered unacceptable many years ago. Or people can do the opposite of that, where they're doing things that are now considered unacceptable that were considered acceptable many years ago. Here's what Sunstein says about this issue, quote, "Whether conduct counts as unethical depends on what other conduct is on people's view screens. It follows that conduct that was formerly seen as unethical may come to be seen as ethical, as terrible behavior becomes more common, and also that conduct that was formerly seen as ethical may come to be seen as unethical, as good behavior becomes more common." End quote. I think this is a good analogy for what was going on during the time period of the downfall of the Roman Republic. The social, the political, the moral norms of Roman society were changing very rapidly, and what was considered acceptable in the political realm in particular was changing rapidly. Whether it was Tiberius Gracchus and his unique ability to sort of stir up this populist sentiment by taking laws and votes directly to the assembly, which of course broke with hundreds of years of tradition, whether it was this mob violence that seemed to be on the increase in Roman society, or whether it was the use of armies, basically private armies from Sulla and Marius and guys like this to accomplish political goals, all of a sudden the normal playbook was different in Roman political life. The new playbook was much more aggressive, much more cynical, maybe much more ambitious on an individual level, and the Roman Republic ultimately wasn't able to handle it. By the time 73 BC rolls around, the frustration in the Italian population was palpable. We talked earlier in one of the first episodes about the structure of the Republic and how everything worked and how, to some extent, it was voter-driven, these types of things. But for many people in Italy under Roman rule, the Republic wasn't working for them. You can talk about women and the fact that They didn't have certainly the political clout that men had. We've talked about non-citizens, the Italian allies, who felt like their rights, their property, their opportunity was being confiscated. And probably most of all, we could talk about slaves. There were probably hundreds of thousands of slaves all throughout Italy. They were being imported from all over the Mediterranean. Romans and Italians could also find themselves as slaves. And among this group in particular, frustration obviously was growing. Slaves could be treated on a spectrum anywhere from mildly benign to horribly barbaric. And in 73 BC, you have the famous slave rebellion led by a guy named Spartacus. By the way, there's also revolts going on in other areas of the Roman Republic at this point, Roman-controlled Mediterranean, most notably Spain. But this rebellion by Spartacus is well documented by historians. It's pretty well known, and it's probably a story for another time, but basically what happens is a mixture of slaves, gladiators, and disenfranchised Italians who lost it all due to Sulla's reforms and their land being confiscated and basically the Republic not working for them, revolt. The revolt is relatively successful at first, but eventually it's put down in particularly brutal fashion. One reason that the slave revolt of Spartacus is interesting is that the Republic had to go to great lengths to put a stop to it. Basically what happens is it's put down with the help of two guys who are essentially warlords at this point, and the Republic has to contract them and their armies to put a stop to Spartacus. These two guys are known as Pompey and Crassus, and they're going to play a huge role in the rest of the story and the downfall of the Roman Republic. At this point in his story, Pompey was young, he was charismatic, smart, politically savvy, and most importantly, in my estimation, he was ruthless. Roman historian Tom Holland has a pretty good description of Pompey. Quote, "Precocious swagger, a genius for self-promotion, and an almost childlike relish for the perks of success. These were to be the defining characteristics of Pompey's rise to glory." End quote. Most Roman historians tend to begin the story of Pompey with his work for Sulla during that first round of Roman civil wars. As you can recall from last episode, Sulla and Marius were more or less the ringleaders of opposing factions that were hell-bent on destroying each other. And Pompey comes to power during this time period basically as an agent of Sulla. So Pompey was working for Sulla during the Civil War. Essentially, he goes to the countryside, recruits his own personal army, and presents it to Sulla as sort of a gift. Sulla, of course, accepts. Pompey goes around Italy winning victories and gaining fame for himself. There's a story of Pompey in ruthless fashion executing an active consul, but making sure to terrorize him enough so that he basically pees his pants before he does it. Here's the humiliating story from historian Edward J. Watts talking about the consul who got executed by the name of Carbo. Quote, "In Carbo's case, Pompey added even greater indignity by binding the consul in heavy chains and ensuring that he soiled himself just before the execution took place. The brutal way in which they were executed shocked people to such a degree that Pompey earned the nickname Adolescentilis Carnifex, or the teenage butcher. Pompey, however, realized that harsh vengeance against a few leading men gave him the chance to show mercy to others and potentially transform those who survived into his own supporters. He used the victories in Sicily and North Africa to build relationships with people in those provinces who might later prove useful to him." End quote. So it's an interesting story of over-the-top violence and humiliation for that consul who gets executed, but Pompey was smart politically. He knew that by doing this type of thing, he could gain followers, gain prestige, and gain political clout in the future. But while that was going on, even a guy like Sulla recognized that the danger that these private armies now being loyal to their commanders instead of the Republic, posed to the Republic or to the rule of Sulla himself. So Sulla basically ordered Pompey to disband his army and come back to Rome at a point where Pompey was out and about conquering. Keep in mind, this army is not sanctioned by the Republic. There's no affiliation to the Republic virtually at all. And when Sulla orders Pompey to disband his army and come back to Rome, Sulla is surprised to find that Pompey said, quote, "More people worship the rising sun than the setting sun," end quote. Pompey basically saying there, look, man, you're getting old. I'm on the rise. I got myself a personal army, and you can shove it. Eventually, cooler heads would prevail in that particular struggle. Pompey would disband his army. As we know, Sulla passes away. But it illustrates some of Pompey's boldness, some of his ruthlessness, and another quality of Pompey was that he was a master of playing both sides. So whether it was the senatorial faction or the Optimates, or more of the populara faction, Pompey usually tried to position himself in the middle so that in times of crisis, both sides would come looking to him for help. Using this strategy and his tremendous talent, by about 71 BC, he was the most powerful man in Rome. Historian Edward J. Watts says, quote, "When Pompey returned to Rome following his defeat of what remained of Spartacus's rebels in 71 BC, he did so as the most powerful man in the Republic. He led an experienced and loyal army. He possessed numerous supporters both within Italy and across Rome's western provinces, and he had even joined the growing calls for the full restoration of the tribunate as a way to build even greater popular support. Pompey could have perhaps seized power at that moment, but he did not want or need to do so. Instead, he chose to stand for the consulship of the year 70, despite the fact that under the terms set by Sulla's reforms, he was too young and had held none of the lower offices that legally qualified one to be consul. But this did not matter. Pompey was capable, popular, and likable. He had worked to build ties with members of the traditional Roman elite and had also developed a profile that endeared him to the Roman masses. He was, Sallust memorably remarked, moderate to all things except domination. As Pompey embarked on his campaign for the consulship, his moderation served to put a virtuous face on the shameless heart that had fueled his rise." End quote. So Watts was quoting Sallust, the Roman historian, ancient Roman historian there, that Pompey was moderate to all things except domination, which I think is a good way of describing him. And that quote also does a good job of explaining how the norms of political behavior are shifting. Sulla tried to put in all of those reforms that we talked about in order to limit the power of the popular masses and the tribune and all of those types of things. That shifted things one way, and now all of a sudden here's a guy like Pompey who is able to ignore prerequisites for office and age restrictions and things like this to basically do what he wants because he controls the most powerful army in Rome. Ultimately, Pompey took one route to power in this new Roman system, but another guy by the name of Crassus was accumulating almost equally as much power using a different method. Crassus was the other guy who helped put down this rebellion from Spartacus, who had his own army. Famously, Crassus said something to the effect of, "You know you're rich when you can afford your own army." Basically saying, unless you can afford to buy an army, don't talk to me about how rich you are. Crassus, very similarly to Pompey, was able to get into Sulla's graces by essentially offering him an army. Sulla took the aid, but he didn't seem to like Crassus very much, just like he didn't seem to like Pompey very much. And one reason for this, possibly, is that Crassus had a reputation for greed. According to Roman historian Tom Holland in his book Rubicon, quote, "Crassus would inherit from his father the recognition that wealth was the surest foundation of power." End quote. So while Pompey was going to use military might to get power, Crassus was going to use money. He had a variety of sources of wealth, sources of income, and was probably easily the richest man in Rome at the time. According to historian Edward J. Watts, quote, Crassus continued profiting from his association with Sulla after the latter's victory in the Civil War. He was one of the most eager and strategic buyers of property taken from the proscribed. It was even said that he personally added people to the proscription lists in order to secure their property. Over time, he diversified his holdings to include mines, farmland, and even many of Rome's notorious tenements, which he renovated or rebuilt using a large team of slaves trained as architects and builders. End quote. You could make the argument that slave work in the Roman Republic at this time was very similar to the way automation and technology is influencing people today, taking away jobs, making things that used to be done by humans now done by machines. In the same way, jobs that used to be done by Romans, Italian allies, farmers, were now being accomplished by slaves in the Roman system. Of course, this is going to have huge political ramifications like we've been talking about, but Crassus could care less. He was trying to get wealthy for himself, and he wanted to get more wealth, more power, and more prestige. Crassus used all that wealth to get political control. He bankrolled campaigns, provided legal support to people that he felt would benefit him. He provided political influence that, of course, was growing, and he even got the support of the common people. Here's historian Edward J. Watts on that, quote, Plutarch wrote that his home was open to all, and at his regular dinner parties, the people he invited were ordinary people, not members of great families. Crassus served inexpensive meals, but they were good, and there was a friendliness about them which made them more agreeable than the most lavish entertainments. Whereas Pompey built his reputation through a series of military commands he secured without ever being elected to office, Crassus channeled his power and influence toward elected offices within the constitutional framework of the post-Sullan Republic. He made alliances with tribunes, secured election to a praetorship, and was given an enhanced command when he took over the war against Spartacus from the discredited formal consul. Pompey had expanded his influence by seizing command of armies without the formal constraints of an office. Crassus had used his network of political supporters to climb the ladder of Republican offices until he gained a prestigious military command. End quote. Those are the two different ways to achieve power in this new republic. Pompey doing it through military might, enthusiasm, prestige, loyalty from his army, and of course Crassus doing it through money, political influence, corruption, all very modern tactics. And the rise of these two powerful men demonstrates in many ways how the Republic was deteriorating. So while both of these men were ambitious and had fierce loyalty from their armies and from their supporters, their use of corruption and cynicism and military might and corroding the norms of old Roman society shows that there were plenty of symptoms that the Republic was diseased. Ultimately, both men are elected consuls in 70 BC, and they're virtually now in charge of this new, sick, and dying republic. And they're faced with the same issues that the Republic had been dealing with for decades. Pompey wanted to make some of these quote-unquote populist reforms that the Roman Senate would see as populist, but for the veterans in Pompey's army who were promised land, and for the disenfranchised Italian allies, and for the people who were flooding into the city looking for work because their farms had been possessed, this was anything but populism. This was survival. And Pompey, of course, was popular with the people as well for his enthusiasm, and he also had friends among the Senate. But there was this general sense of unease in Rome that Crassus and Pompey would eventually become rivals, which they were, and we could have another Marius versus Sulla civil war on our hands. Ultimately, that never happened, and they agreed on a truce to work together, but the way that these men achieved power was being observed by a new class of ambitious men who were willing to step in, bend the norms, and follow the new rule book to ascending power, whether it be Pompey's method or Crassus's method. A new and more cynical playbook was now all systems go for any politician who was willing to risk it all to do whatever it took to gain power and prestige. A good example of this new cynical rulebook was a situation around 67 BC where the Mediterranean Sea basically had a huge problem with pirates. A tribune by the name of Gabinius realizes that Pompey probably wants this position. Everybody likes Pompey. Pompey likes Pompey. And if I kind of start running a platform where I'm really gunning for Pompey to get this position, Pompey's going to support me. His supporters are going to support me. And this is going to allow me to gain better political traction and more recognition and possibly more power. He allies himself with Pompey, and in this genius move, with the help of the tribune, Pompey now controls 500 ships, 5,000 cavalry, 100,000 or so soldiers, and he's going to go deal with this pirate problem. Roman historian Cassius Dio quoted a consul around this time as saying, quote, "Great honors ruin even great people," end quote. Interesting to think about as Pompey gets command of this pirate mission, and it has to be admitted he handles it very impressively. He understands that military operations are not just about tactics and strategy and brute force and battles, but it's also about stuff like local politics, economics, and the sociology and psychology of the people that are fighting. Pompey realizes that a lot of these pirates aren't evil bad guys, and if we can do stuff to fix the local economies and the reasons that these people are becoming pirates, then we're going to have less pirates and less of a problem. Historian Edward J. Watts says, quote, "Pompey understood that most of these pirates were not irredeemable villains, and accordingly he showed them mercy. In Asia Minor, he did not kill repentant pirates, but instead settled them inland in order to repopulate areas devastated by Mithridates. Pompey's policies quickly integrated many of the erstwhile pirates back into the Roman imperial structure, while crucially making them his loyal political clients." Here we are again in this new political, cynical playbook where Pompey seizes an opportunity that's given to him by someone who's looking for his own opportunity, and he's going to use that opportunity to create new opportunities by taking the threat and turning it into support for his political ambitions. The days of service to the Republic are long gone. Pompey would eventually also get command of another mission to take care of that old threat, Mithridates, in the Roman East. So this is in Asia Minor and the Eastern Mediterranean, and Pompey handles it in true Pompey fashion. Edward J. Watts says, quote, "This set in motion a series of conquests unlike anything the Roman world had ever seen. In a little more than 3 years, Pompey would defeat Mithridates, chase him through Armenia, conquer large swaths of Asia Minor and all of Syria, and reduce much of the rest of the Eastern Mediterranean to Roman client kingdoms that paid an annual tribute. This conquest was done with the same sort of political skill that Pompey had shown with the pirates. Pompey so capably regulated local affairs in the areas newly annexed to Rome that his local ordinances remained in effect for nearly 300 years. He did not hesitate to use his armies, but when he was victorious, he offered favorable alliances to local kings and cities that left them particularly well disposed towards him. Pompey now enjoyed a network of friendly sovereigns that stretched from Armenia in the north to Judea in the south." End quote. But as Pompey was out and about conquering the Roman East, that new class of political characters that we talked about before was making their grand entrance onto the political scene. One of these important characters that's going to play a big role in the story is a guy named Cicero. He was a powerful and persuasive senator, orator, lawyer, and ultimately a consul. According to Roman historian Cassius Dio, Cicero, quote, was the greatest boaster alive and regarded no one as equal to himself. He was wearisome and burdensome, and consequently both disliked and hated by those very persons whom he otherwise pleased. End quote. I think we all know someone like Cicero, extremely talented, capable, smart, intelligent, easily able to climb the ladder of success, but also arrogant, insufferable, and self-centered. That seems to be a pretty good description of Cicero. Now, another man at this time had all of the qualities that made Cicero great, but few or almost none of the qualities that made him insufferable. And this made him tremendously dangerous, tremendously powerful, and his name was Julius Caesar. Caesar had a simple yet flashy style when it came to politics or the way he dressed or the way he interacted with people, and this made him popular with the masses. He had a warm personality that helped him with his ability to turn enemies into friends and to work as a mediator between different groups. It's interesting to note that Caesar was related to Gaius Marius through his wife. While Sulla was purging all of the Marian supporters, Caesar managed to avoid the worst of Sulla's prescriptions. But at a certain point, Caesar began to make it clear that he considered himself the heir to Gaius Marius. Historian Tom Holland describes Caesar here, quote, in a city still terrified of the dead dictator's shadow, Caesar was like a splash of color. Now quoting Plutarch here, he had a talent for being liked in a way remarkable in one of his youth, and since he had an easy man-of-the-people manner, he made himself hugely popular with the average citizen. Back to Tom Holland. Effortlessly charming though Caesar was, this was still a statement of political intent. Crowd pleasers marked themselves out as popularis. Marius had been one, Sulpicius too. Sulla's entire political program had been an attempt to scotch the popularis tradition, the tradition to which Caesar regarded himself as heir. End quote. It's important to note that many people in Rome and many of the Italian allies, people in Italy, all around the Mediterranean, hadn't forgotten what Sulla did. They didn't forget the proscription lists. They didn't forget the executions. They didn't forget the land confiscations. And although Sulla tried to remake the Republic in his way, that didn't eliminate all of the frustration and all of the animosity that had built up over the years. Julius Caesar understood this, and he wisely positioned himself slowly over time as the heir to Marius and the heir to that incredible political power if he played his cards right. It began when Caesar refused to divorce his wife like Sulla ordered, which was a bold and unprecedented move that got him the animosity of Sulla. He was able to survive that situation, but over time, Caesar was cultivating this image as the heir of Marius. So he would spend huge amounts of money to curry favors and entertain clients. He would throw on public games and gladiatorial games. The people loved him. Eventually, he got bold and began putting up statues of Marius in order to gain support and sow division in the political elite. Keep in mind that many of the senators in this time were old supporters of Sulla, or else they wouldn't have been in the Senate, because Sulla didn't take kindly to people who disagreed with him. So as Caesar is slowly gaining political offices and military commands and things of this nature, keep in mind that this is the image that he's trying to put out there. Switching gears from Julius Caesar, another of these important players in the political scene during these last few decades of the Roman Republic is a guy by the name of Cato. Cato was known as a protector of the old ways, the old quote-unquote Roman values. What does that mean exactly? It probably means something along the lines of service to the Republic being more important than anything else, and that's the way that you measure yourself. Not this new, more cynical and individualistic approach where it's all about gaining power and wealth. Plutarch said that Cato was, quote, most formidable, a man endowed with the greatest self-control and inferior to no Roman in his commitment to the highest principles, end quote. Cato had legendary austerity. He was a follower of Stoic philosophy, but he also put that on display. He made sure everyone knew that he was morally superior to others, and he used his moral authority to his political advantage. Historian Edward J. Watts says, quote, he came from a family whose name had been synonymous with the protection of traditional Roman virtues. He made sure to offer regular demonstrations of his moderation, and he had carefully chosen public occasions in which to pose as the morally upright voice of probity in a depraved world. He was not a populist like Caesar, nor a spectacular orator like Cicero, but the moral authority he asserted gave Cato a potency that the gifts, talents, and achievements of figures like Cicero, Caesar, Pompey, and Crassus would struggle to neutralize. End quote. Cicero has one of the great quotes talking about Cato where he says, quote, he does harm to the Republic because the opinions he delivers belong in the Republic of Plato rather than amidst the filth of the Republic of Romulus. End quote. It appears that Cato's constant moralizing and ability to make sure that everyone knew that he was morally superior sometimes rubbed people the wrong way. So some of these new prominent characters to the story have been introduced, and around 63 BC, all of these political players are going to begin to start interacting and playing off each other, and there's something known as the Catiline conspiracy. It's tremendously complex, and there's all sorts of theories about what was really going on, but basically in Rome at this time, among the top politicians, it was believed that a guy by the name of Catiline was secretly planning some sort of revolt. Some people thought it involved peasants in the countryside, others people in Rome itself, maybe some combination of the two, possibly private armies involved. And this idea of a conspiracy began to be prevalent throughout the senatorial elite. Cicero was consul at the time, and he had never liked this Catiline guy. They had fought kind of against each other in elections trying to get the consulship. Some people actually think this whole conspiracy was made up by guys like Cicero in order to gain power and fame for themselves by supposedly saving the Republic. And some people think this would fit with Cicero's insufferable, self-centered personality. Some people think big players like Crassus and Caesar were somehow involved. But at the end of the day, Cicero as consul comes up with about 5 conspirators who he claims are guilty of fomenting this conspiracy. And there's a debate in the Senate as to whether they should execute these people or put them in prison. So Cato, being the moralist, old school Roman values type, said we need to protect the Republic, execute these people, and send a message that the Republic is more important than anything else. Caesar, on the other hand, led a faction that was vocally against this. Some people think Caesar was just trying to cover his own skin, but others think that Caesar remembered what Sulla did to his family, and he didn't like the precedent that just executing people without a trial would set. Caesar also showed a more sophisticated understanding and a more practical understanding of how the Roman citizenry would react to people in this sort of class of people being executed. The Catiline conspiracy is interesting for a lot of reasons, and it probably merits its own separate analysis. But for the purposes of this fall of the Republic story, it begins to show that the battle lines are starting to be drawn. You have Caesar on one side, kind of championing the popularis cause. You have Cato and his ilk on the other side, trying to protect the old ways and kind of against guys like Caesar who are rising to power and willing to kind of break norms and do things like this and capitalize on popular resentment to get political glory. You have Cicero looking out for Cicero. Of course, Pompey and Crassus still incredibly powerful, in possession of probably armies and wealth and all sorts of allies. And you begin to see that this is going to be a very combustible situation. While the Catiline conspiracy was going on in the West, in the East, Pompey was doing Pompey things. Mithridates was dead. Pompey had now pacified most of the Eastern Mediterranean through a combination of conquest, military alliances, friendships, and it seemed like the people of the East really loved him. On his way back to Rome, each city he would stop in was throwing him huge parties, and it just kind of seemed like a love fest for Pompey. But ultimately, he had a decision to make. If he wanted to, once again, Pompey could follow Sulla's blueprint. He could take power, declare himself dictator, or, on the other side, he could disband his army. Ancient Roman historian Cassius Dio suggests that Pompey decided to disband his army, which he did, and Dio suggests that it's out of some sort of good-natured naivety on Pompey's part. Pompey didn't want to look like a bad guy or a dictator. He didn't want to get his hands dirty. He wanted to be loved by the people. Unfortunately for Pompey's political situation, there were two problems with this approach. The first is that his opponents were still going to paint him as a bad guy no matter what he did. And the second was that this is going to lose him leverage for his own political position, because the veterans that he just disbanded are expecting rewards, they're expecting land distribution bills, and that's kind of part of the deal. Pompey's going to go to Rome, get those things done for his veterans. But the fact of the matter is that because those veterans weren't parked right outside of Rome as a threat, perhaps the Roman Senate and the Roman assemblies wouldn't see it as that big of a deal. So Pompey makes it home. He gets a triumph in 61 BC, which was apparently spectacular. The public is aware of his many conquests and his revenue streams that he's bringing in, but the Senate seems to be blocking him at every turn. He's not able to get those land reform bills done. He's not able to get those rewards for his veterans. Why would the Senate do this? Perhaps out of jealousy, fear of him getting too much power. Maybe they disliked his perceived arrogance. Just for example, Cato, not surprisingly at all, had long hated Pompey. And him and his comrades are blocking all of those land reform deals and even disputing some of the conquests and the deals that Pompey had made in the Asian East Mediterranean. Government is basically operating at a level of total gridlock. Pompey is trying to work with the tribune to get his land reform bills. The consul and the Senate are blocking him. The tribune has the consul thrown in jail. The consul proceeds to preside over the Senate literally from his jail cell. The tribune blocks the bench, blocks the area where the consul can see from inside of his prison hole. The consul subsequently has a hole drilled in the back wall of the prison in order to hold court with the Senate. You can't make this stuff up. It's total gridlock. While this is going on in Rome, in the meantime, Caesar is having his own issues. He finds himself as governor of Spain in 62 BC. He's basically provoking military conflicts in order to get military victories. He's inciting kind of local issues in order to put them down and claim that he has a victory. A very modern political move in that respect. And in one particular case, Caesar is doing all this conquering and putting out the fires that he started, and he's speeding home back to Rome to try to A, get a Roman triumph so he can parade all his wealth and his victories to the Roman people, but B, to run for the consulship, because you can't run for consul if you're not in Rome at the time. Here's historian Edward J. Watts breaking down the situation. Quote, soon after Caesar arrived in his province, he provoked a conflict with Spanish tribes so that he might win a significant enough military victory to gain a triumph. Then, after he had defeated the tribes on the battlefield, Caesar left his province before his successor arrived so that he might first celebrate a triumph and then campaign for the consulship of the year 59 BC. Caesar returned to Italy in the spring of 60 to begin his campaign, but his haste had caused a problem. A triumphant general was not allowed to enter the city until the time of his triumph, but a candidate for the consulship had to declare his candidacy within the sacred limits of the city of Rome at the beginning of July. Caesar's triumph could not be scheduled so quickly, and he thus petitioned for an exception that would allow him to remain outside the city and declare his candidacy in absentia. End quote. So by Roman norms and rules, Caesar's not allowed in the city, but he wants to run for consul. He petitions the Senate to let him do it. Cato, not surprisingly, is firmly against this. In fact, his own brother-in-law is running for consul. And Cato performs an epic filibuster, lasting the entire meeting of the Senate, and Caesar's proposal can never be voted on because Cato just won't stop talking. Behind the scenes, there's some evidence that Cato was engaging in voter bribes just in case, so Mr. Morality doesn't seem to be so moral now when it's his skin on the line. And as a result of all this gridlock going on in Rome, as well as the combination of the ambitions of some of its most powerful men, what you have is basically at Caesar's idea, the legendary first triumvirate is born. Caesar, Crassus, and Pompey form a deal to get around all of this obstruction, all of this government that isn't working for them, in order to get stuff done and also to increase their own personal power. There was a mutual hatred of Cato. Remember, Cato didn't like Pompey or Crassus, and now he had got on Caesar's bad side. There was a dislike of the establishment and opportunities for mutual gain. And each person brought something different to the table. Crassus, of course, brought the money. Pompey brought swords and soldiers. Caesar brought that as well, but he also brought his tremendous political savvy. All three of these men saw the current Senate and the current government, and really the current republic, as obstructionist. It was blocking some of Crassus's wheeling and dealing. Pompey obviously was struggling to get land for his veterans. Caesar was denied that triumph and the ability to run for the consul. And I think it's important to realize that this first triumvirate appears to have been an anti-establishment move. These three men were trying to go around the establishment, and they were also trying to capitalize on popular sentiment that was also anti-establishment. In a way, Cato and his senatorial allies that represented the Republic were the enemy of the first triumvirate. So at Caesar's behest, they do some negotiating. Caesar works out a deal in order to get Pompey and Crassus, who, remember, were former rivals, to work together. Pompey marries Caesar's daughter Julia in 59 BC, and the first triumvirate is born. Historian Edward J. Watts does a good job of kind of describing how it all worked. Quote, what emerged out of the three men's conversations was a working agreement that scholars have come to call the first triumvirate. Though Romans just a few decades later would see in this agreement the beginning of the end of the Republic, this was an outcome that no one imagined at the time. Pompey, Caesar, and Crassus had not decided to overthrow the state. They had instead agreed simply that they would do things in common on behalf of each other. Each man would pursue his own objectives, asking the others for help when needed and providing it when asked. Each man also agreed not to actively take any steps that might impede the ambitions of the other two. That was it, but that was enough. Cato and the obstructionist could now be overpowered by the combination of Caesar's political skills, Pompey's devoted clients and veterans, and Crassus's wealth whenever they tried to block initiatives that were important to a member of the alliance. These three individuals now could overcome the checks the Republic could place on their activities." End quote. The system of checks and balances that had worked in the Republic for hundreds of years was now effectively over. Caesar gets himself the consulship, and with the triumvirate in control, Caesar's first order of business is land reform, mainly for Pompey's veterans. Now, Caesar shows his genius here politically because he knew that the bill was going to be obstructed by the Senate and it was going to have problems getting through. So what he does is he reads the bill aloud in the Senate chamber, slowly, basically sentence by sentence, and he calls on each senator to object to any sentence or any clause that they found objectionable. Caesar knew that this was a totally reasonable land reform bill, and the only reason the senators were objecting was because they didn't want Caesar to be able to get anything done. And so he reads the bill sentence by sentence, asking the senators to object to anything that seemed obtuse. Of course, none did because it was totally reasonable. And in that way, Caesar can say, look at how these senators are ultimately voting no on this bill when, sentence by sentence, they agreed with everything it said. Cato, of course, is leading the obstructionist faction that's going to deny this bill. Historian Cassius Dio says of Cato here that, quote, "Even though he could find no fault with the measure, Cato nevertheless urged them generally to continue with the present system and to take no steps outside of it." End quote. Basically saying there again that Cato could find nothing wrong with the bill, but he was going to obstruct it anyway. So Caesar does what Tiberius Gracchus, many, many decades before him, had originally done. He just takes the bill directly to the people, bypassing the Senate completely. Here's historian Edward J. Watts describing the situation, quote, "Cato had gone too far. Caesar threatened to haul him to prison, but when Cato offered to go willingly, Caesar changed course. He let the conflict with Cato drop. Stealing a page from the playbook of rabble-rousing tribunes like Tiberius Gracchus, Caesar bypassed the Senate and had the measure put before the people for a vote. When the Senate complained that such things were not done, Caesar replied simply that he had given the Senate the opportunity to comment on the law and strike any provisions it found objectionable. Because no one found any such provisions, the people should now be free to decide on the matter themselves." End quote. What's happening here is that Caesar, as consul, is doing things that the old populist tribunes who were following the Gracchian playbook used to use. And when this playbook of populism is being enacted by a consul, it gives it a whole new measure of power. So Caesar forces a vote through, even though the other consul and senators are doing everything they can to obstruct, including trying to declare the rest of the year a sacred period where no votes are allowed. You have a small amount of physical obstruction, physical violence breaking through, and Caesar forces the vote through despite all of this. Caesar basically sends Bibulus, the other consul, he just sends him home, kind of like going in timeout. Periodically, Bibulus would send Caesar letters telling him what you're doing is illegal, as if that would stop Caesar. Caesar pulls a similar move involving some of the equestrian class. Remember, that's kind of like the urban middle class, merchants, political elites that aren't part of the senatorial class, who have a big role in the economy. And he basically relieves some of their debts and some of the money that was owed to the Republic on a lot of these old Asian tax contracts. This was something that Crassus wanted. So Caesar has now made Pompey and Crassus happy while gaining his own base of support, because ultimately he was the consul and he was the one whose name was going to be on all of these bills. So he's actually taking some support away from Pompey and Crassus, because people who used to support those guys might now see Caesar as the primary guy who's going to help us out. Caesar goes on to ratify some of Pompey's old deals in the East, He reorganizes the administration of the regions in the Eastern Mediterranean. This allows big-time streams of revenue to flow in, and then he used that revenue to settle more Romans on public land. Very savvy. Here's historian Edward J. Watts summarizing the moves that Caesar had made, completely bypassing the Senate and completely bypassing all of that gridlock that was going on. Quote, "In just a few months, Caesar succeeded in breaking through the senatorial gridlock that had slowed Roman political life in the later 60s. This enabled him to accomplish a great deal. He had distributed land to Pompey's veterans and other landless Romans. He had legalized Pompey's annexation of territory in Asia Minor and Syria, as well as his political reorganization of Roman client kingdoms across the east. He had renegotiated the Asian tax contracts for Crassus's equestrian associates. Most importantly, Caesar had set up the next spectacular stage in his career by securing a command in Gaul that gave him a large army and considerable latitude to use it as he wished. Caesar had done this by expertly deploying a blend of potent personal relationships, skillful political maneuvering, and the threat that obstruction or disruption might be met with violence. Other ambitious Romans quickly absorbed these lessons." End quote. Some historians think that Caesar's one mistake during this run of incredible political success during this period was in the form of a man named Clodius. Now, when Caesar knew him, his name was Claudius, and the distinction in the name comes from the fact that you're either a patrician and you spell it one way, or you're a plebeian and you spell it the other way. This just happens to be the same guy who allegedly was caught in Caesar's house at some point with women's clothes on and supposedly being accused of adultery with Caesar's wife. However, instead of punishing this guy, Caesar, as we know, was more of a pardoner than a punisher. So Claudius actually wants to be adopted by a pleb family, which is sort of absurd, but the reason he wants to do this is because he wants to run for tribune. Caesar relatively quietly divorces his own wife. There's, of course, the famous line, "The wife of Caesar must be above suspicion." And Caesar actually, as head of the religious situation in Rome, basically presides over this guy Claudius's adoption to a pleb family, where he now becomes Clodius. Clodius was motivated by hatred for Cicero, who supposedly had humiliated him quite a bit, perhaps unnecessarily, during the trial for that incident with the women's clothing. And Clodius basically begins terrorizing Rome as soon as Caesar's gone. He begins using violence and intimidation to terrorize Cicero and get his agenda pushed through. While Caesar is out conquering stuff in Europe, Rome is in chaos. Rules and norms are out the window at this point. Gang violence is out of control, being led by this guy Clodius and one of the enemies he just created, a guy by the name of Milo. And the Republic seems like it has no choice but to elect Pompey as essentially dictator. So he takes over as sole consul and uses his military bona fides and his influence to stabilize Rome. But the problem is the triumvirate is over. Crassus had got himself killed in the east, trying to get another triumph, another victory, another piece of Roman glory. Julia, Pompey's wife and relative of Caesar, was dead, so there was nothing connecting Pompey with Caesar anymore. Crassus was out of the picture, and at this point, Pompey was now the cornerstone of the Republic. He was the sole consul. He was the strong man that the weak and dying Republic needed to ensure its safety. At this point, the Senate as well is getting nervous about Caesar. There's a new issue around 51 BC. What do we do with Caesar's war in Gaul? Caesar is once again proposing to run for the consul in absentia. Senators and politicians begin calling for Caesar to come home. They begin calling for him to be stripped of his command. They don't trust the fact that he has this huge army and this obvious political ambition. So you now have a situation where Pompey, instead of being allied with Caesar, is slowly kind of in the position of being that cornerstone of the Republic, and you now have two men, both with huge armies, no longer allies, and the stakes couldn't be higher. Caesar has no office planned for him in 50 BC due to all the anti-Caesar sentiment in Roman politics. And remember, when you don't have an office, you can be tried as a criminal for any sort of perceived transgression. So the stakes were incredibly high for Caesar, and the motivation was high to gain himself something, whether it was the consulship or another political position or another military campaign. Ultimately, the Senate votes 370 to 22 to have both men disarm their armies. Neither do. Pompey's not going to do this. He remembers the last time he disbanded his army, and that didn't work out well for him at all. Pompey, of course, distrusted Caesar at this point. He did outline a plan, however, that would allow Caesar to run for the consul in absentia. It seemed fair, even though Pompey thought his army was much more legal than Caesar's at this point. Caesar's command was basically expired, and the Senate hadn't renewed it, so many viewed it as sort of a illegal army. But Caesar feels like he has no choice but to keep it because he risks prosecution if he doesn't have an office or a command, and he risks assassination if he disbands his army. What you have is amazingly Pompey in the position of being the cornerstone of the Republic. The old moderate has become the champion of the senatorial faction and traditional Roman values, while on the other side, Caesar has become the champion of the disenfranchised and the popularis faction. For both men, their factions and their armies, the threads of compromise and negotiation were getting thinner and thinner. Rome was on the road to civil war again. The civil war that erupts between the forces of Caesar and the forces of Pompey in some ways was really the ultimate manifestation of all of the problems that the Roman Republic had and all of the problems that had been building up over the course of hundreds of years. One of these problems that we haven't discussed a whole lot was the general political atmosphere in Rome at the time. Politics had become a completely zero-sum game. As the norms of political society eroded slowly over time, as violence creeped into the system, as factionalism increasingly developed, politics was essentially now a life or death team sport. Historian Mike Duncan has written about this toxic atmosphere towards the end of the Roman Republic. Quote, "This combative and increasingly toxic atmosphere led to the collapse of all the unspoken rules of political behavior. Without these constraints, as the years passed, the issues at stake ceased to be as important as winning feuds built on mutual escalation and cycles of vengeance." Writing decades later, in the midst of the final civil wars that destroyed the Republic, the historian Sallust reflected on the beginning of the end of the Republic, noting, quote, "It is this spirit which has commonly ruined great nations, when one party desires to triumph over another by any and every means, and to avenge itself on the vanquished with excessive cruelty." End quote. It's worth pausing and reflecting here before we get into this civil war that both Caesar and Pompey felt like they were the ones that were saving the Republic. Much like Sulla and Marius before them, or Tiberius Gracchus and the Senate before them, both Caesar and Pompey felt like they had the true mandate to be in charge, and they had the mandate to be the saviors of the Republic. And it's possible that they both had good arguments. Pompey didn't want to disband his army first, and he didn't want to leave a powerful genius like Caesar in charge. And he could also convincingly state that Caesar was ignoring the will of the Senate. The military rule that Caesar had was essentially expired, making him an outlaw in the eyes of the Senate. And Pompey felt like he had the backing of the traditional system of governance that the Republic had used for hundreds of years. Now, Caesar could point to Pompey refusing to disarm and say, look, this guy's not disarming first. Why would I disarm? He could also point to Cato and others who had prevented Caesar and some of Caesar's allies from trying to get through laws and reforms that Caesar wanted to get made. Some of the tribunes in Rome that were loyal to Caesar had no choice but to flee towards Caesar, as the Senate had basically declared a national emergency in order to ensure the loyalty of all public officials and make sure everyone was on their side and not Caesar's side. Historian Edward J. Watts says that the conflict between Caesar and Pompey had both political issues at its heart, but also personal issues. He says, quote, "The struggle between Caesar and Pompey had both personal and political components. Pompey's condescension and unwillingness to recognize that Caesar's achievements in Gaul were similar in scope to his own conquests in the East irritated the proud commander. Caesar also saw that the political steps Pompey's allies had taken to deprive him of armies, to prevent him from running for office, and ultimately to force tribunes to flee before Caesar was declared a public enemy, represented profound violations of all of the Republican norms they claimed to be defending. But to Pompey and his supporters, Caesar represented an overly ambitious figure, willing to do whatever was necessary to rise to prominence in the state. Pompey saw this as a threat to his personal position in Rome, but he and his allies also feared that, whatever they did, Caesar would never pursue a normal political career and respect the constraints of the Republic's institutions." End quote. Both men had a legitimate claim to what they were doing, and when neither side could compromise, neither side negotiate, it became time to settle differences with swords and shields rather than political arguments. Julius Caesar crosses the Rubicon River around January 10th of 49 BC with his army that is no longer legally sanctioned by the Republic. So the reason this is significant is because this takes him and his army out of Gaul and into Italy, which in the eyes of the Senate and Pompey and many in Rome puts him in open rebellion against the state. So this moment is often cited as the moment that the Roman Republic ended. But as always with this story, it's difficult to tell. There's no black and white. There's a lot of gray area. The lines between good and bad can get pretty murky because at the end of the day, you can say that the Republic ended at a lot of different phases of this story. Some might say it was the murder of the Gracchi brothers and the refusal of the political elite to allow those reforms to take place. Some would say it was the failure of the Senate over decades to respond to corruption and economic issues throughout the Republic. Some might say it was Sulla marching on Rome and his subsequent executions and property confiscations. Some might say it was the social war or the formation of the First Triumvirate. But whatever you want to say, most historians say at this point, you wouldn't be wrong in arguing any of those situations as the end of the Republic, or maybe even more situations like them. But by the time Caesar crosses the Rubicon, for all intents and purposes, this thing's over. At least in the way it had traditionally functioned over the years. Now, as the Civil War gets started, Pompey has many more advantages at the start. He has more men. He has all of those alliances in the East that he's made over the years. He also has alliances in the West. He has the backing of the Senate. But the problem he has is that a lot of his men are in other places. So he has those armies kind of stashed away in various areas of the Roman East. And in the meanwhile, Caesar has a well-experienced, trained army in Italy, and it's not going to take him as long to mobilize and start making moves. Caesar moves quicker than anticipated. He storms into Italy before Pompey can maneuver. Pompey and the Senate have to flee to Greece amid a total panic in Rome, and relatively quickly, Caesar now controls Rome and, maybe more importantly, the treasury. Caesar gets himself declared dictator, then eventually consul, whatever you want to call him. He was the undisputed head of state, and he was running the show. And in a very savvy political move, Caesar demonstrates that he is not Marius or Sulla. There's no lists, there's no large-scale executions. The only thing Caesar provides to his enemies in Rome is leniency and pardons. This is a huge political victory for Caesar in terms of the ordinary people in Rome, as far as the hearts and minds of the people, because he's pulling the rug out from under Cato and the Senate, who had been depicting this guy as a horrible dictator who was going to come and destroy everything and destroy the values of the Republic. And Caesar gets there. He starts pardoning people. He seems like he's not going to rock the boat too much. He's not going to execute any of his enemies. He's not taking away their property like Sulla did. And all of a sudden, that picture that Cato and the Senate had painted Caesar as of this authoritarian monster is not matching up to reality. With Caesar in control of Rome, he moves quickly to beat up Pompey's forces in Spain, and now he controls Rome and the West. Ultimately, Caesar and Pompey meet at a climactic showdown at a place called Pharsalus. Despite being outnumbered, Caesar defeats Pompey. Pompey has no choice but to flee to Egypt, where he felt like he had some allies. Unfortunately for him, he felt wrong, because as soon as he shows up there, he gets decapitated with his head supposedly given as a gift to Caesar. The ruler of Egypt at this time supposedly severely miscalculated that this would please Caesar. Obviously, Caesar was probably relieved to have his rival dead and to have himself now firmly in control of the entire Mediterranean. But on the other hand, Caesar and Pompey used to be friends. Furthermore, Pompey was married to Caesar's daughter. And supposedly Caesar was revulsed by the way that Pompey was treated in Egypt. This was no way to treat a Roman, and even though they were enemies, an old friend. At any rate, Caesar puts Cleopatra on the throne in Egypt, kind of resolving this power struggle that was going on at the time, a couple different factions fighting for control. He then goes on Mediterranean mop-up duty. He takes care of Pompey's sons. He takes care of Cato and the Senate that was opposing him. It's campaigns all over the Mediterranean. It's a masterclass of military showmanship. This is where we get the famous quote, "I came, I saw, I conquered." And that's exactly what Caesar did. So that's a pretty brief description, probably a comically brief description of how Caesar gets himself in control of Rome. And I'm moving quickly through that because I don't think it's particularly relevant to the overall story of how the Republic fell. Of course, all the military campaigns and all that stuff is interesting in its own right and perhaps material for a future closer look. But what all this stuff does is it puts Caesar in command as dictator, consul, maybe even king of Rome. And this puts him in position to put through a whole bunch of domestic reforms that are going to be incredibly important for the rest of this story. In much the same way that Sulla tried to remake the Republic after he took power all those years ago, Julius Caesar tries to remake the Republic and fix the issues that he saw as being the main problems in the system. And there were plenty of problems in the system. The Roman economy had been stagnating as investors and economic actors were unsure what all of this new stuff was going to mean with Caesar basically being dictator and how that would influence the way that business was going to be conducted. Ultimately, Caesar was able to calm these fears, making reforms to relieve debts, change the way that credit schemes worked, redistribute some public land to Roman citizens. Caesar's presence in Rome put a stop, for the most part, to some violence in Rome that was going on, with demagogues trying to resurface. Caesar found a way to settle and pay his own soldiers, who were growing weary and demanding their rewards for fighting in all these wars. And the key thing to understand with some of these reforms is that Caesar was combining the resources of the Republic with his own wealth and his own resources to basically make himself the sole reason that the system could continue to operate. Here's an example from Edward J. Watts, where he's talking about how he's going to give some of these rewards to his soldiers. Quote, "He told the assembled soldiers that when the wars concluded, he would give lands to all of them. Caesar would not, however, do as Sulla had and reward his soldiers by stealing from other Roman citizens. Instead, the soldiers would receive property from the stocks of public land, and if there was insufficient public land, they would receive land and agricultural implements purchased by Caesar out of his own private fortune." End quote. Caesar put together public works, including a new forum, various temples all across Rome. He put on public games to entertain the masses, and all of the expenses for all of these things came from both a combination of the Republic's resources and Caesar's own personal wealth. When it came time for elections and choosing public officials, Caesar essentially chose or approved all of the political offices that could be taken, even the consulship. Here's historian Edward J. Watts, quote, "The consulship had once been among the most prestigious honors the Republic made available. It remained incredibly prestigious, but the consulship had now become a sort of private benefaction that Caesar could bestow upon whomever he wished." End quote. According to Edward J. Watts, Caesar had transformed the Republic of Rome into the Republic of Caesar. Everything that happened in terms of politics or economics or society revolved around Caesar, and ultimately it had to go through Caesar if it was going to be implemented. Reading about it, it begins to sound essentially like an absolute monarchy. And don't think that Caesar wasn't thinking this himself. Supposedly, at one of his sort of rallies, the soldiers that were loyal to Caesar yelled, "If you do right, you will be punished. If you do wrong, you will be king." What they're implying here is that Caesar had accumulated so much power, so much wealth, that if he gives it up, he's almost certainly to be imprisoned, exiled, or executed. But if he doesn't give it up, he's basically on track to be king of Rome. It appears that Caesar was actually testing the waters of declaring himself king, which, in the opinion of many, was probably unnecessary. One of his loyal generals, Mark Antony, puts a crown on his head during a festival, sort of testing the public mood. Caesar begins to claim that he's descended from the goddess Venus. He's using his position as Pontifex Maximus, head of the Roman religion, to kind of get himself wrapped up in this religious aura and see how the public takes to it. The public seemed to take to it surprisingly well, but there was a faction in Rome who didn't quite enjoy what Caesar was trying to do here. Some senators, led by a guy named Brutus, who himself claimed legitimacy from a lineage of old Romans going back all the way to the beginning of the Republic, who supposedly killed the original tyrants of Rome in order to maintain liberty and freedom, as they would say it. Brutus and some of these senators plot to kill Caesar. In their eyes, this would save the Republic from tyranny and dictatorship. So on March 15th, 44 BC, as Caesar walked through the halls of the Senate, historian Tom Holland says that, quote, "Suddenly he felt his toga being pulled down from his shoulders. 'Why?' he cried out, startled. 'This is violence.' At the same moment, he felt a slashing pain across his throat. Twisting around, he saw a dagger, red with his own blood. Some 60 men stood in a press around him. All of them had drawn daggers from under their togas. All of them were well known to Caesar. Many were former enemies who had accepted his pardon, but even more were friends. Some were officers who had served with him in Gaul, among them Decimus Brutus, commander of the war fleet that had wiped out the Phoenicians. The most grievous betrayal, however, the one that finally numbed Caesar and stopped him in his desperate efforts to fight back, came from someone closer still. Caesar glimpsed, flashing through the melee, a knife aimed at his groin, held by another Brutus, Marcus, his reputed son. "You too, my boy?" he whispered, then fell to the ground. Not wishing to be witnessed in his death agony, he covered his head with the ribbons of his toga. The pool of his blood stained the base of Pompey's statue. Dead, he lay in his great rival's shadow. End quote. The mob of assassins began to split as chaos and panic began to spread through the Senate chamber. It's possible they didn't realize the magnitude of what they did until it was done. Caesar was dead. The crowds of Rome began to hear about it, and fear, chaos, even rioting was going on in Rome. People barring themselves in their homes, running out of the city, and the question on everyone's mind was, what was going to happen next? Could the Republic be rebuilt? What was going to make the Republic difficult to rebuild after Caesar's death was that he had built this thing up and structured it in such a way over a number of years that made it impossible for it to function really without Caesar at the head of it. So in many ways, the assassination plot, A, didn't go as planned, and B, was kind of half-baked. There was very little public support for the idea of killing Caesar, and there was also overall very little support in the Senate. Yes, there was a small faction of senators who participated in the act, but many would be repulsed by the idea. Historian Edward J. Watts goes over some of the other issues with the assassination. Quote, "At that moment, Brutus, Cassius, and their fellow conspirators realized that they truly understood neither what Caesar had accomplished by restoring stability to the capital, nor what their fellow citizens thought about him. It now dawned upon them that the tyrant they thought they had killed had also served as the dam that held back the chaos of an empire yet to emerge from civil war. Perhaps for the first time, Brutus realized that liberty cannot exist without security. The city was full of Caesar's veterans who now had been deprived of both their patron and the resources he had promised them. Much of the rest of the city was unsure what to make of the murder, but the rioting it had provoked did little to inspire confidence that the conspirators' liberty would be preferable to the order of Caesar's dictatorship." End quote. So we're now starting to see this final measurement that's being taken where people have to turn the dials of what do they prefer more, true liberty or a orderly and non-chaotic society to live in. So this idea of liberty with chaos, which is something that if Brutus and those senators who conspired to kill Caesar succeeded, that's probably what would happen, or Caesar representing order without liberty. And for many, the idea of liberty didn't seem particularly appealing to many while riots and angry veterans of Caesar roamed the streets. In the wake of Caesar's death, a couple of new players are going to take the stage in Roman politics. At first, it's two deputies of Caesar, one by the name of Lepidus, who had an army of Caesar's in Rome, and also his general Mark Antony, who seemed to become Caesar's political heir, negotiating for the pro-Caesar group that still existed in the Republic. And Mark Antony points out very quickly to the Brutus faction and the Senate, who expects kind of just to go right back into business, that if this murder of Caesar is legal because you guys declared him an illegal tyrant, then all of his acts, his appointments, and his honors that had been bestowed upon all of you guys, all the senators, would be invalid. And this would apply to senators, politicians, and even people sitting in that group that conspired against Caesar to kill him. At the end of the day, a deal would be struck where all of Caesar's acts and appointments would be ratified, and on the other side, the conspirators and the people who killed Caesar would be given amnesty. Mark Antony also makes sure, very wisely, that Caesar's will would be read to the public at his funeral. When the time comes, Antony gets up there and begins reading Caesar's will to the public, which does a whole lot of things. One of the provisions in Caesar's will was that money was to be given to each Roman in the city. Basically, Caesar had willed a lot of his wealth to the Roman people. Furthermore, his backyard was essentially to be turned into a public park. And the crowd, of course, loved these moves and loved Caesar even more. Who doesn't like getting free money? In addition, some of Caesar's assassins were in his will as beneficiaries getting stuff, which only further illustrates the personal nature of the betrayal that happened here. So to the crowd, it looks like Caesar was just a nice guy who was willing to be friends with all these people, and they stabbed him in the back and they betrayed him. Another provision of the will names Octavian as Caesar's heir. Octavian was the 18-year-old grandson of Caesar's sister and became the adopted son of Caesar after the reading of this will. And of course, as Mark Antony is reading this thing, he is milking the funeral for all it's worth. He's parading Caesar's body around, holding up the blood-stained rags of Caesar's cloaks, telling stories about Caesar's service to the people and the military heroics that he had saved the Republic from. The crowd is basically in a frenzy. Riots are breaking out. People are killing politicians, innocent and guilty alike, as well as some of the conspirators. People are trying to avenge the death of Caesar. And what Mark Antony is doing here is he's winning the war for the hearts and minds of Rome. He understands that this war might not be over, and by winning those hearts and minds, from a military perspective, this is going to be beneficial to him in the long run. Mark Antony was very savvy at politics. He got Lepidus under his control, hires a few thousand quote-unquote bodyguards for protection, and he puts himself in position to inherit the autocracy that the people now seemed okay with. Unfortunately for Mark Antony, he's competing for the legacy of Caesar with Octavian, who had been named Caesar's adoptive son. Octavian had taken Caesar's name, as was his right. He starts gathering supporters and swords and heads to Rome, basically at the head of an army, looking ostensibly for revenge and maybe even justice. He now finds himself competing with Mark Antony, who is consul at this point, and they're competing for Caesar's legacy. As an example, Octavian begins throwing games for the public, just as Caesar had done before, and at some of these games he wants to wear Caesar's old crown in public, and Antony refuses him, and they kind of squabble over issues like this. And Mark Antony's fearing that Octavian is growing a political base. Mark Antony knew that the old Senate had no love for him. He was hated by Cicero and the rest of the Senate as well as the conspirators who killed Caesar. And if we have this new Octavian guy coming into my space and taking over my political base, that could be problems. The personal conflict between Mark Antony and Octavian was growing, and the political gamesmanship was getting more heated, and it all seemed to be heading to certain conflict. Historian Edward J. Watts says, quote, "It had become clear that Antony and Octavian both were ready to battle one another. It is important to understand the significance of this fact for the Republic. Octavian had no position in the state and held no office. Even his adoption by Caesar, the primary claim he had to any sort of authority in Rome, was not yet legally valid. But he was ready to lead a few thousand men into battle against a consul. Antony's position was only slightly less dubious. He did have imperium as a consul, and he did have command of the Roman troops he intended to lead into battle, but he had no legal grounds to use those armies to fight what remained a private quarrel. In the fall and winter of 44 to 43 BC, Brutus and Cassius also busied themselves with recruiting armies and extorting money from places as diverse as Judea and Greece. They had no legitimate authority to build or command the immense forces they soon would head. Rome had seen civil strife before, but at least then there was a patina of legitimacy to it, with leaders possessing plausible claims to authority. Personalized, dynastic civil conflict of this sort was new." End quote. At this point, there's only a thin veneer of legitimacy. Well, there is no veneer of legitimacy at all to any of this political violence. Octavian isn't a senator or an elected official. He's just a dude with an army and a powerful, dead uncle. But Mark Antony was really backed into a corner because he had enemies on all sides. Not only was Octavian becoming an enemy, but Brutus and Cassius, who historian Edward J. Watts mentioned were building their own army, they began to represent the conspirators who had killed Caesar, and they were building their own army, and Antony was ready to go to war with them. Octavian uses this opportunity very cleverly by using it to gain legitimacy from the Senate. So he goes to the Senate and says, "Look, you guys have this problem with Mark Antony, I'll go and solve it for you." So Octavian gets sanctioned by the Senate to go out and defeat Antony, in a move, of course, they would later regret. So the stage is now set for Octavian and Antony to fight it out. Now, the reason Antony was out there to begin with, on the edge of Roman politics, was because his consulship was up, and as we've seen time and time again, he wanted a military command in order to protect himself. The Senate wouldn't give it to him, and Antony basically just took it by force. So the Senate sends Octavian out to go deal with him, and Octavian defeats Mark Antony in a minor battle. When Octavian comes home, the Senate refuses to give him any honors, any triumphs, because the Senate is seemingly just now worried about this Octavian guy when a couple seconds ago they were fine letting him go out and act as a mercenary on behalf of the Republic. The days of Cato and moral consistency and the values of the Republic were over. At this point, it was simply, how can I get my side to win as effectively as possible without looking at any of the long-term consequences of those actions? Octavian doesn't like this at all. He sees where it's going. He sees that he now has an army and increasing power in Rome as he gets himself elected consul. He also realizes that the enemy of his enemy might be his friend, and he goes to Mark Antony, who he had just been fighting, and offers to unite the pro-Caesar party against the old conspirators and the anti-Caesar faction. Octavian declares Brutus and Cassius and anyone who supports them outlaws. He begins negotiations with Mark Antony and Lepidus to form the second triumvirate, and the blood and the killing and the deaths and the proscriptions weren't far behind. What happened next was sad and tragic. Here's what historian Edward J. Watts says, quote, "The triumvirs marched to Rome and had the powers they had set for themselves approved at a public meeting on November 27 of 43 BC. A list of 130 prescribed men, including an explanation of why each was prescribed, appeared on November 28th. The triumvirs offered rewards of 25,000 denarii to any free man who brought them the head of one of the prescribed. Cicero, the most prominent name on the list, was captured and killed on December 7th, with Antony paying his murderer 10 times the promised bounty, and then ordering the orator's head and hands hung from the rostra in the forum. But the initial wave of killings and asset seizures did not yet yield enough money, so more people were added until the list came to include 300 senators, and 2,000 equestrians. When even this failed to bring in enough revenue, the triumvirs instituted a special tax on 1,400 rich Roman women. It is telling that this tax provoked more of a public outcry than the proscriptions, largely because the triumvirs hesitated to silence their female critics by inflicting on women the same lethal violence they used against men." End quote. This was a purge of epic proportions, Cicero famously having his head and hands essentially nailed to a wall. In Mark Antony's view, Cicero finally got what he wanted, a prominent spot in the forum where he could be the center of attention. Meanwhile, Brutus and Cassius were doing virtually the same thing in the East. They're trying to gather their resources. They're trying to muster what they need for this coming war. But the problem is they're hopelessly outmatched. The combination of Octavian, Mark Antony, and Lepidus takes down Brutus and Cassius, and the second triumvirate now has to figure out how to divide Rome. Historian Edward J. Watts talks about this division of the empire. Quote, "There was no system in Rome that could control what the victorious triumvirs would do with the armies that were still personally loyal to each of them. This was particularly dangerous because a clear hierarchy developed among the triumvirs. Antony took authority over both Gaul and the East, the two regions from which successful generals had previously seized power in Rome. Octavian got control of much of the rest of the West, while being forced to run Italy amid the social and economic chaos unleashed by the discharge and settlement of waves of veterans whose terms of service in the triumviral armies had ended. Lepidus, now clearly in third place, was given control of Africa. This was not a sustainable arrangement, and everybody knew it." End quote. Eventually, Lepidus would end up slowly but surely taking himself out of power with a series of bumbling moves, and Octavian would simply demote him, removing him from the triumvirate completely. Poor Lepidus. And it became clear that there was going to be a conflict between Octavian and Mark Antony. The zero-sum nature of Roman politics and the way they split up this Roman system was sure to lead to conflict. As we said, Mark Antony was in Egypt. That's where he kind of set up his base. He became bogged down with Cleopatra, seemingly making odd decisions. And he was losing public face in Rome as he was doing this. People began to question his relationship with a foreigner who was Cleopatra, and many saw this as an insult to Octavia, who was his wife and the sister of Octavian. Mark Antony was seemingly just ignoring her, probably treating her not in a fashion that Octavian appreciated. And while Mark Antony is in the East, lying around with Cleopatra, meanwhile, Octavian is in Rome, governing, making the people happy, passing laws, getting stuff done, and the perception is that he's the one getting stuff done. Octavian was also running complex propaganda schemes where he juxtaposed what he saw as pious and virtuous Roman values and associated them with himself, and he juxtaposed those with some of these foreign vices that were not considered Roman, and he associated that with Mark Antony. An example of how he did this was with Octavia, Mark Antony's wife, and Octavian's sister, where he was trying to juxtapose the virtuous Roman women with the foreign temptress, and he was doing this to great effect in Rome. Eventually, Octavian was ready to go to war with Mark Antony to finish this once and for all, but he felt like he needed some extra authority to go to war against another Roman. So he issues what's known as the Oath of All Italy, where he basically makes the people of Italy and the Western Mediterranean swear allegiance to him. According to Octavian, it went something like this, quote, "Of its own accord, all of Italy swore allegiance to me and demanded me as leader. The provinces of Gaul and Spain, as well as Africa, Sicily, and Sardinia, swore the same oath." End quote. It probably wasn't as voluntary as Octavian makes it seem. Many people probably supported what Octavian was doing, but many also probably feared that if they ended up on the enemy list, we've already seen what Octavian's going to do to his enemies. With the quote-unquote support of the people of Italy, Octavian now has the authority to go and defeat Mark Antony, who retreats to Egypt, eventually committing suicide around August 1st, 30 BC. Cleopatra would follow him into the grave in a similar fashion. Octavian is basically conquering Egypt. He's using that wealth to pay debts, redistribute gifts to the people, and provide benefits to the Roman people. And he makes sure that the Roman citizens know that these benefits are coming from him, not the Republic. These benefits are coming from his private funds, and they are bestowed to people at his discretion. This was a move he pulled numerous times, including with issues whenever there was issues with the grain supply or food distribution. Octavian would solve these problems by using his own personal resources. At this point, with Octavian, the undisputed master of the Roman world, the Republic was coming to a slow and agonizing death. Octavian, realizing this and sensing an opportunity, begins to design an imperial system to replace the Republic. Eventually, Octavian would make his case to the Roman people, and you have to hand it to him. He was pretty convincing. Historian Edward J. Watts says that, quote, Octavian's Roman Empire grew out of more than a century of republican dysfunction. Indeed, Octavian carefully designed the imperial system that replaced the Republic to meet many of the needs of Roman citizens that the late Republic could not. Romans accepted an implicit bargain when they recognized Octavian as their autocrat. They would follow his lead, and in return, he would provide reliable salaries and demobilization benefits for the armies, political stability, protection from enemies, regular food and water supplies, beautiful cities, and relative prosperity. In the years preceding his defeat of Antony, Octavian had come to realize that Romans were ready to make this trade. End quote. Whether it was Roman building projects or his work with the water supply in Rome, any of his military conquests, Octavian had an impressive resume, and it seemed that the people of Italy were willing to give up some personal liberties in exchange for supporting Octavian during this time of crisis. It seems like a strange move to us in the modern day. Why would ordinary Romans acquiesce, throwing away some of their liberty and political rights, and allow Octavian to basically be autocrat of Rome? Probably the first factor you have to consider when answering this question is it's hard to overstate the damage that all of those civil wars and all of that violence over the previous 100 years or so had cost the average Roman person. If you lived in Italy, you probably either yourself were damaged by this in some personal way, or you knew someone who was damaged by this in a personal way, and the ripple effects of all of that violence and death was tremendous. So when Octavian offered peace as his primary benefit, it seems that the people were willing to go along with this. There's some evidence on Roman coins of the time that points to this peace factor being huge for the Roman people. Inscriptions of Octavian as a divine figure, pictures of temples portrayed in such a way as to portray peace and stability throughout the empire. Historian Edward J. Watts says, quote, freedom from war that Octavian ensured was not the republican liberty that Romans had long cherished, but after the civil wars of the first century, it was seen by many as more valuable. End quote. Octavian provided rule of law, economic security, entertainment in the form of games. He forgave debts and distributed food. And perhaps most importantly, he did all of this in a business-as-usual manner. Elections went on, political positions were filled, consuls and praetorships and Senators still held some level of decision-making. The thing was, ultimately, it was Octavian who was able to approve of everything and have the final say if he needed to have the final say on something. This gave Octavian ultimate power, and it also insulated him a little bit from when things went wrong. So if things went wrong and the Roman people didn't like something, then Octavian could just blame the Senate or blame some of these political appointees. Historian Edward J. Watts says, quote, "If things worked as they should, Octavian and the magistrates whose selection by the Senate or the people he approved would share credit. If something went wrong, however, the problem could be blamed on an ineffectual senatorial administration, and Octavian could then step in and use his personal authority and his private wealth to correct it. In this way, Octavian remained indispensable, even when he had stepped back from direct control over such responsibilities as the food supply and the supervision of elections." End quote. Octavian becomes Augustus Caesar in 27 BC, the first emperor of Rome, claiming unelected tribune powers, basically trying to show himself as the representative of all the people. And with that promise of peace and stability under a strong and capable leader, the final nail in the coffin of the Republic was hammered down. Augustus Caesar was certainly the last nail in the coffin of the Roman Republic, but the downfall of the Republic was a long and slow process that lasted for hundreds of years for a variety of reasons. You could point to the constant war that Rome seemed to find itself in after the Punic Wars. You could point to imperial and foreign entanglements all across the Mediterranean and the negative effects that that had on the politics and the citizens of Rome. You could talk about the corrosive effect of money in politics and how that increasingly became an issue. Perhaps it was the corrupt politicians who were looking for personal gain. Maybe it was wealth inequality and the way that the Roman Senate couldn't seem to solve this problem in a way that satisfied everybody. Perhaps it was the idea of war as an avenue for wealth creation, maybe populism, political violence, how to determine citizenship and issues with assimilating new peoples into the society. Perhaps it was the fact that Roman politics became a zero-sum game. You either win or you die. Maybe it was the obstructionism of the late Republic, led by guys like Cato, who seemed to grind the gears of the Republic to a halt. Maybe it was the idea that the values, the norms, the morals of the old Roman Republic, where service to the Republic was more important than anything, had slowly deteriorated and eroded to the point where individual glory now mattered more than service to the Republic. At the end of the day, you could argue about which one of those factors or any of a number of other factors is most important, but as I've tried to go over here in these episodes, it's some combination of all of those factors. And historian Edward J. Watts has one more interesting explanation for why the Republic fell. He says, quote, "Rome's Republic then died because it was allowed to. Its death was not inevitable. It could have been avoided. Over the course of a century, thousands of average men, talented men, and middling men all willingly undercut the power of the Republic to restrict and channel the ambitions of the individual, doing so in the interest of their own short-sighted gains. Every time Cato misused a political procedure, or Clodius intimidated a political opponent, or a Roman citizen took a bribe in exchange for his vote, they wounded the Republic, and the wounds festered whenever ordinary Romans either supported or refused to condemn men who took such actions. Sulla, Marius, Caesar, and Augustus all inflicted mighty blows on the Republic, but its death was caused as much by the thousands of small injuries inflicted by Romans who did not think it could really die. When citizens take the health and durability of their republic for granted, that republic is at risk." End quote. According to Watts, the Roman Republic died slowly over time, with every decision that every citizen made throughout the course of the Republic. In short, the Republic died because its citizens allowed it to. If you enjoyed this episode, you can subscribe on Patreon for bonus episodes and other perks. You can also join the Patreon for free to get a monthly recommendations email and a sneak peek at what's up next. You can support in other ways, of course, by leaving a rating or review in your podcast app, by following on social media, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, etc., by sharing with a friend, or simply by continuing to listen. You can also sign up for the email newsletter that I've been working on. Links to all of this stuff are in the show notes. Any comments or suggestions you can send to reflectinghistory@gmail.com. Thanks for listening. As always, that's it for now.